All right, folks, where is that music coming from? Oh, what is going on, chat? Hold on. What? Do you guys hear that, or is that just me? Hold on. There's like music coming from a third source, and I'm... Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go back to the wait screen. All right, hold on. I gotta fix this real quick. Hold on. All right, my bad, okay. Would it be a VinceDao stream if there were not technical difficulties? So apparently I had my stream playing on my laptop, and I was very scared. I was honestly terrified. I was like, what is going on right now? Am I on drugs or something? Have I gone fully delusional? Like, how come I can hear the stream? So, okay, we fixed it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our coverage of day one of the 2024 RNC. I figured we might as well start the live stream. There's plenty to talk about. Obviously, as you heard, JD Vance has just been selected as Donald Trump's running mate. And people have a lot to say about it. So I want to address some of the claims, okay? Address the arguments, make my own arguments, address many of the counter arguments, which I will say, I think some are valid, some are invalid. And I did a video on it today, and it was not well received in the comments, so I figured I might as well, expand my take on JD Vance. So we'll be doing all of that. This is basically a RNC megacast. You get the idea. But currently, I guess I could ask you guys what you want to do, because I could talk about the VP announcement, which I'm sure you've all heard the news of by now, but they are currently doing the roll call for Donald Trump. So they're currently in the process right now, you can see here on C-SPAN, of doing the nomination for Trump. And my question is, I don't know if you guys want to see that. Like, in my opinion, it's a cool process to watch. This is history, I think, in many ways, not just because it's an RNC, but because it is Trump, right? Trump's final nomination at an RNC. So let me know. I'm not going to run a poll. I'm just going to read the vibes in the live chat right now. Do you guys want me to talk about the VP pick right now, or do you guys want to tune in live to the simulcast of the nomination process, which is currently going on, I believe? So what do you guys think in the chat? What do you guys think in the chat? Who the hell is Vance? I mean, we will talk about that in a second. Well, let's see. If you guys don't have an opinion, then I'm just gonna tune in live and see what's going on here. Okay.
California, 169 votes. President Trump.
Tennessee, 58 delegates.
Tennessee. Tennessee, 58 delegates.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My name is Jack Johnson. I have the honor of serving as the Republican Majority Leader in the Tennessee State Senate. On behalf of our delegation chairman, the Honorable Bill Lee, the 50th governor of the great state of Tennessee, I am happy to report that from the mighty Mississippi, Graceland and Bill Street, to the Grand Ole Opry, to the Great Smoky Mountains, Rocky Top and Dollywood, to Rock City and Lookout Mountain and Bristol Motor Speedway, and all points in between, we proudly cast all 58 of our votes for the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
My bad, Ray Infinity. I see it.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and rules and procedures of this convention, Tennessee, 58 votes. President Trump.
Well, let's see. What order are they going in?
Washington,
are they almost done?
43 delegates.
Okay, they're going in alphabetical order, so we might as well watch this because I think they're almost done, and then I will talk about the VP pick.
Washington State, the evergreen state, where the people support law enforcement by allowing them to pursue criminals, where the people support families and children by putting into law a Parents' Bill of Rights, where the people reform taxes so that families and young people and small businesses can thrive. Washington State casts all of its 43 votes for the next president, the past president, Donald J. Trump.
Roman says, "Is this stream old?" I don't know. I'm on C-SPAN right now. I'm pretty sure this is the current one because they nominated Vance, but did they nominate Trump yet? Because they're almost done too. They're on the freaking I don't know. I don't know. Is C-SPAN lying to me, chat? Do I need to go? I'll go to Newsmax.
50 delegates.
Madam Chair, I'm Coach Senator Tommy Tuberville and proud to represent the great state of Alabama, one of the most pro-military and pro-veteran states in the country. Huntsville, Alabama has sent somebody to the moon for the United States.
Okay, it looks like the actual live speeches for tonight, which I'm going live to cover right now, will not be until 7. It looks like, according, I'm looking at like the Newsmax stream right now. They're starting theirs at 7, so that's what I'm gonna assume. So, okay, if that's the case, then I guess we will start here by talking about the VP pick, and then we'll tune in to watch the speeches as they happen. Okay, so I don't know if that's live or not, Chad. I really, frankly, have no idea. Okay. But that said, okay, so let's just address this then. Obviously, today, Donald Trump chose J.D. Vance as his VP. You know the news by now. I'm sure I'm going to assume that you do. Look, here's my read on it, all right? And I know the comments we're going to get, so just save them. Just save them until I give my take, which is that, so J.D. Vance was not my first pick for VP. Let me make that clear. The main issue I really had with him is that I just didn't really think he is like the most electable character. Like I really was thinking Trump would choose someone to help him with the suburban moderates, whatever. And Vance, I saw, so here's the thing to understand. I have followed JD. A lot of you guys are going to say, who is JD Vance? Or you're just learning who he is now. I followed the guy very closely through the 2022 Ohio Senate primary, and I actually was a supporter of him above the other candidates. Oh my gosh, but he's anti-Trump. Yeah, we'll address that in a second, okay? Like, I'll explain that. But, you know, my thing with him really was, he's not really going to help Trump a lot winning the election. Will he drag down Trump? Probably not, but... You know, I saw him in that 2022 election. I was like, he won. Okay, he won in Ohio, sure. It was far from a super impressive margin. It was pretty average. Even that primary, I don't think he came across great. It was really just that the other candidates in that Ohio Senate race really like destroyed themselves. Like they catastrophically imploded and JD was the last guy left standing. So, you know, that would be, if anything, my criticism of the pick for J.D. Vance is like, well, maybe you could have picked someone that would have helped you more in the election. But that all in mind, let me tell you what I really think happened here is I think that, you know, the moment that, and I really do think this was a last minute decision. I don't think this was something that was necessarily planned for a long time now. Don't get me wrong, JD was certainly on the short list, but for a while it was looking like it was going to be Burgum. And that's who I looked at. I was like, it's very obvious they're choosing him as the VP. But then, you know, the debate happens and the pick was delayed because they wanted to make the news all about Biden. And then in the past couple weeks, you saw a surge for Glenn Youngkin, who I thought would have been a very solid pick in terms of electability, because it's like, hey, you know, people were saying this and it's true. The moment he chose Glenn Youngkin, that would have been the election right there because he would have the edge in the suburbs that he needs. But instead he chooses J.D. Vance, you notice, 2 days after the attempted assassination. And I'll tell you what I think really went on there is I think in many ways that changed all of Trump's thinking. And you'd have to imagine, of course it would, right? You just survived assassination. You know, you're gonna view things very differently. And I think what Trump did is he looked at all the people on his short list and said, all right, before I was approaching this in terms of electability, I want someone to help me win the election. But you know what? Arguably, this assassination attempt in many ways, not to get complacent, but in many ways, sure, handed me the election. I need to choose someone who I can make sure if something happens to me, right? If I'm taken out of the picture, will continue with my agenda and on the issues that defined me as a political figure. And I think that he looked at his short list. He saw Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, who else was on there? You have JD Vance, obviously, and who am I thinking of? Glenn Youngkin, right? He saw these different types of people, and he said, I need to choose Vance as something of like assassination insurance, or someone I need to carry on my legacy if I am not able to continue in this race. And that's my read on the whole thing with JD Vance. Now, that said, I know immediately what everyone's... What? How could you say that, Vince? He was anti-Trump. Don't you see these comments that his political opponents have brought against him for years? How could you say that he's carrying on Trump's legacy? Well, I think that is frankly... Well, let me say this first of all, is that of all the people on the Trump shortlist, with the exception of Ben Carson, you cannot find a single of the rumored Trump VP candidates that were loyal to Trump from the very beginning. So, I mean, that's my first take on it, is we can purity spiral everyone we want. But the real reality is most of these characters in politics that Trump was looking at, were not loyal to him from the beginning, okay? And he was not going to choose, I don't know, I saw someone say Michael Flynn. Like, he wasn't going to choose Michael Flynn as the VP, okay? Let's just be real on that front. But, on the loyalty aspect of it, I don't like to judge people's intentions and all of that, but it seems to me from everything we have seen from JD Vance 2022 and on, I think he's with it, okay? But, that aside, honestly, I think we should honestly not care too much how he personally feels about Donald Trump deep down, largely because we can't actually figure that out. Like, we can't actually, like, who the heck knows, truly? Maybe he's an opportunist. Maybe the conversion was genuine. I know about 2018 or 2019, he said he converted to Catholicism, and that was a big fundamental transformation in his ideology. But truly the big thing, in my opinion, on JD Vance is this, and why I look at it and I say, on the issues, on the substance of what he stands for, I'm perfectly fine with it as the VP pick, especially, again, if this is the so-called assassination insurance against Trump, is you have to look, again, I understand people want to just define JD Vance because he didn't really personally like Trump back in the day. But when you look at the issues that have defined JD Vance for his entire career, and now you look at him in the U.S. Senate, let's just break this down honestly. He, in that 2022 Ohio election, as well as a senator, has been one of the toughest Republicans there is in this entire party, okay, of elected officials, right? You can purity spiral, but let's compare to who else the competition was. On the issues of immigration, trade, and foreign policy, look into his record on this, right? JD Vance is one of, I'm not even saying the most, but of the potential VPs, undeniably the most America First, MAGA, Trump-aligned guy there is, right? And again, let's keep this in mind, is that those are really the three issues I think that Trump and Trump's movement devolves or dissects from the rest of the GOP, right? The historic GOP has always agreed on low taxes. They are marginally, socially conservative or whatever, even though they don't do a good job. But, you get the idea, right? But the big difference between the GOP of, say, George Bush, and which, by the way, secretly, closetly, a lot of Republicans still subscribe to, or the GOP of Donald Trump, is really, I would argue, on those three issues. Again, immigration, trade, foreign policy, right? And when you look at JD Vance on the issues, when you push away from this whole derangement syndrome of he said negative things about Trump back in the day, even though everyone on the VP shortlist said negative things about Trump, on those issues, I would say that if Trump, again, something happened to him, he goes down when he's the president, of all the potential VPs to step in, Vivek, obviously, I think would also fill this role, but Vivek wasn't on the short list. It is what it is, right? So, in comparison, again, to Burgum, in comparison to Youngkin, in comparison to people like that, I actually have full confidence that Vance would be the best choice at that point to continue to hammer home the issues of, again, immigration, trade, and foreign policy, and not return in that sense the GOP back to the GOP of George Bush, okay? And this is what's important to understand about J.D. Vance if you're unaware exactly who he is. You're right. He is far from a conventional Republican, and that's arguably a reason why a lot of people are very skeptical of him and that, they don't like his personality, this and that. I actually concede. I don't think, like, personality-wise, his charisma, he's not the best. But what's important to understand about J.D. Vance is even before he was, on the side of Donald Trump, obviously, and I'll get to your super chats in a second, so I appreciate it. Even before J.D. Vance supported Trump, he has always been this type of guy, right? He is, from the state of Ohio. He is a populist. He always talked about, working people's issues and all of that stuff, right? And again, he was not the Trump kind of populist back in the day. Now he is, right? But one universal thing with J.D. Vance is he's always been anti-establishment. I saw Tucker Carlson giving a speech about this today at the Heritage Foundation. He said one thing he has known his entire life is that the people in Washington, even when he was flip-flopping on Trump or not, did not like J.D. Vance a whole lot, right? J.D. Vance was always big, even back in 2016 when he was anti-Trump, right? On addressing the issues that really did get Trump elected, that hollowing out of the Rust Belt, the leaving behind of the white working class in America, right? And so, on many levels, that's part of why I kind of understand the pick, I think, on a large degree. And again, I don't think he's necessarily the best choice in terms of electability, but there is an argument to be made. There is an argument to be made for sure that, first of all, he does come from the Midwest, and he is not the conventional type of Republican, because this is what's important to point out. In Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, historically, Republicans have not done well in this part of the country. There's a reason why in 2016, that part of the country was called the Blue Wall. Why did Donald Trump appeal to them? Why did Donald Trump suddenly make the Rust Belt competitive for Republicans? And why did he solidify Ohio into basically a safe red state at this point? It is because Trump is different, right? Trump kind of speaks to that populism, I guess you could say. He's not the, conventional type of Republican. I think in choosing J.D. Vance, who, again, I'm not sure he doesn't have the aura of Trump. I said that before, but in some degree, that is what Donald Trump is trying to make a play for. He's doubling down on the Midwest. He's saying, look, I'm choosing one of you. I'm choosing a pro-union, pro-working, white working class kind of guy. And, that is the choice in J.D. Vance. And at the very least, maybe it signals to people that, hey, I chose someone from your neck of the woods, right? I'm thinking about your part of the country. And so from an electability standpoint, maybe you could make a case in that direction. But on the flip side, I already see that I think a lot of people, their big fear is whether or not, whatever they think of J.D. Vance, their concern is that his anti-Trump past is going to be used as leverage against us in the election. I understand that talking point. You certainly know that Joe Biden is going to be running ads saying, well, J.D. Vance said bad thing about Trump, and then now, he's the running mate or something like that. But I would argue, honestly, in many ways, that is something that could be leveraged in a very positive way. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, as much as we want a purity spiral, as much as we like this idea of everyone around us needs to be an original Trump loyalist from the moment he came down the escalator, the truth is that's not a lot of America. The truth is that there are a lot of people out there, okay, independent voters, etc., who voted for Hillary in 2016. Or maybe they voted for third party, but they didn't vote for Trump, right? Maybe they even voted for Biden in 2020. And everything that has happened in the past 4 to 8 years have awoken them, have changed the way that they see the world. This is a very real thing that happens, okay? And I get it. We want to be like, no, because there's this idea we have in our heads where we like to be the first on the trend. So it's like, you're late to the ship. Screw you, man. But ultimately, that's not the attitude that wins elections. The truth is, again, there are a lot of people who woke up a lot later than us. How does that relate to J.D. Vance besides the personal level? Well, I would argue, if you are an independent voter in this country, maybe you voted Democrat the past 2 times, but now you're like, I can't vote. And I know people like this, by the way. I have people like this, family, friends and stuff, who they've been Democrats all their lives. But you know, they're a little more socially conservative than the Democrats are now. And they're saying, I don't agree with this party anymore, but I'm not sure if I like Trump or not. I would argue in some ways it is a powerful leveraging tool to choose someone on the ticket that says, I was the same way, right? You make a case to those independent voters. You say, I'm just like you. Look at me. I'm JD Vance. Look at me. I said Trump was like Hitler. I said all these bad things. I said he was unfit for president. I sounded just like MSNBC when I talked about Trump 8 years ago. But here I am standing with them because I realized that I was wrong, and I'm voting now. I'm crossing the picket line for Donald Trump, and you can do the same thing as well, right? It's a relatable story, okay? Honestly, this is a big reason why I thought that Tulsi Gabbard would have been a really good pick for VP, because she could sell that story arguably better than anyone, because she was a former Democrat, right? It goes that far. But Vance is someone equally who could, I think in many ways, make that appeal, right? And so I think even on that front, again, even on a personal level, it is just true. Sometimes people do come around. Sometimes people change their minds. We can stand here, we can point fingers, we can debate over whether or not it's genuine or does he really believe it. But that's a dead-end circle, because all it is my opinion. I think something, you think something. Ultimately, we're going to find out, right? We're going to find out if J.D. Vance betrays Trump, which, by the way, you know, on many levels, if you're not satisfied with Vance as VP, don't vote for him in 2028, right? If something happens to Trump while he's president and Vance has to step in, I mean, ultimately, we just have to hope for the best, don't we, right? If you're someone who's anti-Vance. Because, again, I am pointing to you and saying on all the major issues, J.D. Vance is very solid for a Republican these days. He's one of the best people in the party, right? In terms of the issues. You turn around and say to me, but I don't trust him. Okay. But like, how can we actually have a debate over that? Because like, you are assuming he has these intentions. I think he has these intentions. Nobody's inside his brain. Nobody knows. And so ultimately, like, I don't know how much more I can say on the debate besides that, right? I kind of gave you my reasons, whatever. But, you know, it's ultimately going to come down to this. If you don't like J.D. Vance, then keep in mind, you're not voting for the VP, are you? Right? You're voting for Trump. The VP, realistically, is not supposed to do a whole lot when they're in office, okay? So if you don't like the Vance pick, fair enough. But I would say then don't overreact to it, because many people now are crowning J.D. Vance. He's the successor to Donald Trump. As someone who myself personally does like J.D. Vance, I am pro Vance. I'm not saying that at all, right? I think he still has some issues. Don't get me wrong, especially electability wise. I don't know if I want him to be the candidate in 2028. I don't know if I want it to be Vivek. I don't know if I want it to be someone else. I don't know, right? It's too far out to make that decision, in my opinion. So that's fine though, right? It doesn't mean he's going to be the next president. Now, that said, again, if something happens to Trump and he steps in, then that's a different story. But couldn't that be the case for anyone? Let's compare who else was on the VP shortlist and tell me if you think they would have been any better. You know, Ben Carson, okay, fair enough. That is the one person on the entire VP shortlist you could say has been loyal to Donald Trump since the beginning, and fair enough. But compare it to the more realistic picks. Let's say Doug Burgum, for instance, okay? Now, Doug Burgum, in my opinion, would be better for electability purposes than J.D. Vance. But, again, this just happened. We're talking about what if they do something? You know, what if they get rid of him or whatever, right? Okay, Doug Burgum is a neocon. That's the truth. Doug Burgum is soft on every issue. Doug Burgum sold out parts of North Dakota to Bill Gates, basically, right? Not a guy you want to be president. Let's just say that. Not a guy. So if you're talking about, okay, if something happens to Trump, you don't want Doug Burgum up there. Glenn Youngkin. How about that? Now, Glenn Youngkin, don't get me wrong, is someone I like. I think that he does very well politically because he's some people say he's not conservative enough, but he's a Republican in a blue state. And from everything I've heard on the inside, the guy knows exactly what he's doing. But on that front, okay, we still don't know how Glenn Youngkin would be as a president. Right? Because how would he handle an issue like immigration? How would he handle war? You know, these things, like, I don't really know necessarily, right? So I wouldn't say that I trust Glenn Youngkin more than J.D. Vance, right? If there's someone who had to step in to serve the role, to fill the shoes. Marco Rubio, everyone thought he was going to announce him on Tuesday. Are you I mean, come on, folks, right? By the way, Rubio is someone I thought, he would have been a solid VP choice for, again, winning the election. He has a certain appeal that Trump doesn't. But are we really going to look at Marco Rubio and say, if he had to step in for Trump as president, yeah, we're not worried about that at all? I mean, come on, folks. Like, let's be real about that. So, I mean, Tim Scott, same story. Tim Scott, is you break him down on the issues, he's a total neocon. That's the truth. So, my question, I guess, to the anti-Vancers, okay, that are not anti-Vance for practical reasons. Like, I agree if you want to say maybe not the best shot at the election, okay. But in terms of you don't think he's loyal or you think he's going to be a Mike Pence or something, okay, but who would have been your choice to replace Donald Trump? I mean, to replace J.D. Vance as the VP? Who would have been your choice? Because everyone else I see on the VP shortlist, I would argue, is honestly worse, right? They're worse on the issues. They've said bad things about Trump in the past. Maybe Vance is being opportunistic, sure, but the same could be said about everyone else, right? I mean, this is politics. Opportunism is pretty central to how it works. Who do you think it should have been, right? I don't know. Those are my thoughts. I'll read. I know I got a couple super chats. I'll read the super chats, read the chat, because obviously this is a discussion. I want to engage and hear what you guys have to say. Because obviously, like, if I hear your guys' argument, it will help me be able to, figure out what people are saying so I can counter it or whatever. So let's take a look at some of our super chats. And folks, if you enjoy the content, feel free to send in a super chat. If you have thoughts to share on the Vance decision, I will be reading that and all that. So anyways, let's get to these super chats here. Okay. So the Ray Infinity Show donates $2 and says, how will Vance do with suburban women in November? Okay, hold on. You know what? Let me go live to the screen just so people can see that we are actually talking about the RNC. Okay, how will Vance do with suburban women? So, couple things to point out here. I never thought he was the strongest choice on that front, right? He doesn't have the it factor, I guess, for suburban women. Like, I think if you wanted to choose someone for suburban women, Glenn Youngkin is the best pick by far. Best pick, okay? Election's a slam dunk if you chose Youngkin. Rubio would do pretty well, right? Burgum, maybe, right? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think he certainly would subtract with suburban women on that front. Vance, to me, never seemed like the strongest guy with those, like, suburban, college-educated, etc. But I will point out, actually, that in the 2022 Ohio Senate election, Vance did overperform Trump in the suburbs by, I forget how many points. I think it was like 4 points or something in the suburbs of Ohio, whereas he underperformed Trump in the rural areas. So, that might be something to consider, is that while I'm not sold that Vance has some type of widespread suburban appeal, he, at least by the statistics we've seen so far, does help a little bit, right? He actually does do a little bit better with Trump than the suburbs. So, this is all to say that I'm not sure it'll make a big difference overall in the election, but I don't think that Vance overall will at least hurt Trump among suburbanites and the women and all that stuff. So, Mooking Bird for 698 says Vance's wife is ethnically Indian and he's got a son named Vivek, which is really fun. It's a very interesting coincidence there, right? Because all the people who say we want Vivek to be the VP, well, I guess indirectly he kind of is, right? He's in the family. I mean, but anyways, he's intellectually a bulldog. He's articulate and fast on his feet. Kamala's worst nightmare. Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that's true. I don't think that Vance is necessarily the most charismatic guy, but he does know what he's talking about, right? Does he always come off as relatable in the scheme of politics? Maybe not, but there's no denying he's definitely a smart guy, for sure. So anyways, that said, appreciate the super chats, guys. If you would like to share your thoughts, feel free to do so. But I guess I'll read some of live chat because I'm sure we're getting disagreement in the comment section. So I might as well address it. Might as well check it out. But before we do that, folks, be sure to hit that like button down below. Let's get the stream to 100 likes. I believe we are less than half an hour away from when the speeches will begin here live at the RNC. So, feel free to do so. This is our little discussion portion of the stream for sure. All right, but let's check out some of the chat because I'm sure we got anti-Vancers and stuff. So let's see. It's time, says Vance is a mole. 100% now they're going to quote unquote take out Trump. What a stupid pick. Okay, so it's time. Let me ask you this then. In what ways is Vance a mole then? Right? Because again, because he said bad things about Trump. Okay, but the question is, right? If they wanted to remove Donald Trump from the picture, who would they hope the VP is? They would hope that he has returned to normalcy, right? They would hope that he is a George Bush Republican, right? That he's going to go back into the wars. He's going to open the border because it helps the corporations. He's going to continue to sell out the country. He's going to be socially moderate, et cetera, et cetera. You know, he's just going to basically, you know, like that type of Republican, right? Again, maybe you think Vance doesn't personally like Trump. Fair enough. But when you look at the issues he has stood on, and he's evolved a bit, but basically the type of things he's been for his entire career, they are all anti-establishment and populist to some degree. Is it the type of populism we necessarily agree with? No. But I don't understand the argument that what the establishment really wants is to hand over the presidency to JD Vance. So let me ask you that question then, okay? And I'll go back and forth as someone who obviously has followed JD Vance's career a little bit closer than some people. Let's say that happens, and let's say Vance is the now President JD Vance. What do you think he's going to do? Genuine, like what do you think JD Vance is going to do? You think he would just sell America out? You think he would just, okay, new war, sell everyone out, pass amnesty, do all this stuff, et cetera, you know, give the corporations a bunch of bailouts while they, you know, do nothing about BlackRock, any of that stuff. I'm sorry, but when you look at JD Vance for his entire career, even when he didn't get along with Trump, he was not that type of guy, right? He was not that type of guy. Whereas the same cannot be said about Tim Scott. Okay, I guarantee you, yes. Let's say Tim Scott was the VP. Day one, he's going to consider amnesty. He wants to bomb Iran. He said that in the campaign trail. Let's go to war with Iran. Let's do nothing about the deep state. Let's do nothing about, the hollowing out of American manufacturing because we support free trade. Like Tim Scott is that type of Republican, right? Most of the GOP, when you really break it down, when you look through the veneer of their support for Trump, is that type of Republican. You have JD Vance here, okay? Who, again, I will reiterate, when you look at him on the issues, one of the toughest elected officials in the GOP on immigration, on trade, and on America First foreign policy, which I'm not even saying he's perfect in that regard, but I really don't understand the argument that the establishment really wants to see JD Vance in power so that way they can go back to establishment politics as normal. Like, do you understand this? Like, JD Vance is the opposite of that type of guy, even when he was anti-Trump, right? He was anti-establishment guy. At least that's how he positioned himself, right? So I don't understand this idea that, like, the system really wants to see JD Vance in power. Trust me on this, they don't. Okay, they don't. Because, again, like, he's been one of the few Republicans, especially in 2022, you saw what he ran on, to really understand the issues that got Donald Trump elected, right? Because it's not just about, like, the generic red team versus blue team where people think their taxes are too high, right? There's a genuine populist, uprising about some of these issues that generic Republicans don't really hammer home that carry Donald Trump to the White House. And I haven't seen a lot of Republican elected officials have their pulse on that in the past 4 years as much as JD Vance. So again, think what you will. Is Vance an opportunist? Probably, right? Newsflash, that is everyone in politics, right? Like, not a single potential VP pick would not take that opportunity because it's an opportunity. But in terms of what we think JD Vance stands for, in terms of politics, right? In terms of ideology, I don't understand the idea that Vance is some type of, like, neocon, because that's simply not true, right? You look at his entire career, he's always been against that type of stuff. So, I don't know. Let's see. Have you seen how Ohio is ran? Ohio is basically a blue state. Well, J.D. Vance and Mike, I mean, he's not Mike DeWine, you know. Yeah, exactly. Vance is in the federal Senate. He's not running Ohio. Exactly. Anthony says, I'm voting for Vivek next election. We will have to see how Vance performs as VP. Glad he is a bulldog. We need more of them. Look, Anthony, look, I mean, I think that's the fair take. Like, that's the proper take, right? I understand there's a trust issue with JD Vance. I get that. I totally get that. But, you know, at the same time, it's like, you know, like, we can do this for anyone, right? How about you let the guy perform before you make a judgment call, okay? And let me just say this, all right? I don't want to go full, like, trust the plan, all that stuff. Like, Donald Trump is a mortal person, okay? I'm not trying to deify him or something, but here is just a simple reality, and I think we should consider this in mind, too. Donald Trump knows the situation better than we do. I mean, that is just the truth, okay? Trump has been vetting these VP candidates for a long time now, past couple of months, right? Obviously, he just got assassinated, correction. There was an assassination attempt against him, right? You don't think he's thinking about that right now? You don't think he's thinking about his legacy? You don't think he's thinking about who is the best person to take over if something happens to me? He absolutely is, folks, okay? And you seriously, again, I don't know JD Vance personally. You don't know JD Vance personally. Nobody knows if his conversion to Donald Trumpism was, genuine or not, right? But you seriously don't think that Trump wouldn't be choosing Vance if he didn't believe that Vance's ideological transformation actually was genuine, right? With all that has happened, right? With all that has happened, you know, the assassination attempt, everything else, throwing him in jail, all this different stuff. I mean, part of me also wants to, almost to some degree here, just defer to Trump, right? Just say, okay, like, to some degree, you got to trust that, hey, I hope he knows what he's doing at this point. And I understand that. Like, yes, I'm not saying trust the plan. You know, Trump has everything in control. No, he is a mortal human being like the rest of us. He's certainly made a lot of mistakes in the past, and arguably Mike Pence was one of them. But, you know, at this point, when the debate around JD Vance really centers around, random person who doesn't know Vance, trusts him and actually likes him, you don't like him, and we're just going back and forth over speculation, like neither of us really know what JD Vance is thinking in here. Can we just defer to him for a bit, to Trump, and just say, look, everything you've been through, you know, you're the leader of this movement, right? You're not God, you're not a cult leader, but you are the leader of the GOP right now, right? And to some degree, we trust you. Make the judgment call, right? Like, do what you think is right. Like, can we have a little bit of that, I guess, right? And I'm not saying that to just excuse the decision. I'm saying that because the main counter argument against the decision is nothing that is rooted truly in, like, provable fact. It is speculation. The whole argument is, I don't think his ideological transformation was sincere. That's really the main crux of the argument. And on that front, I just say to you, like, okay, I think it was sincere. You don't think it was sincere. Neither of us know what the truth is, right? So to some degree, how about we just have a little bit of trust in the decision, and look, we'll see what happens ultimately, right? But it's like, you know, I think some of these people, it's like, I'm never going to be able to change your mind. So, and you can get mad at me for saying this, but I guess to some degree, there is a component where we just have to say, all right, you know what? Maybe we got to just trust Trump's judgment here, okay? Because I can tell you this, right? Whatever you think about Vance, whatever you think about his ideology, okay, this idea that he picked some type of establishment neocon, the idea that he picked a Mike Pence here, it's just not true, okay? It's just not true. Now, you may not agree with Vance's brand of populism. You may think it's this sort of like tech bro, you know, like, softcore Bernie bro type of thing. Like, you may think that, and that's maybe a fair criticism if you're not really aligned with that stuff. But again, the idea that he picked a Mike Pence here, JD Vance and Mike Pence could not be more different, right? Mike Pence was a lifelong Republican evangelical who came from that like neocon historic wing of the Republican Party. And you can even tell by the platform, you know, he's all about foreign wars and all this stuff and protecting foreign nations and blah, 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 small government, all that stuff, right? Vance is literally the opposite of that, right? Like, you could not make two different political figures in terms of ideology. Like, and I don't know if people understand this. Like, they don't actually break down what people believe. They're just like, oh, Vance was anti-Trump in the past and Mike Pence ended up being anti-Trump. They're the same thing. They're not the same thing, okay? You sat down Mike Pence and JD Vance in a room. They could not disagree on more, okay? The truth is, JD Vance ideologically, for the people who maybe I can explain it to you this way, Vance and Vivek, let me say that, because I know some people will say, I wanted Vivek, but I don't trust Vance. Okay, put the personal stuff aside. On ideology, on the platform, Vance and Vivek are very similar, okay? Is me framing it that way, is that better for you, right? Vivek might be a little bit more of a civil libertarian than Vance, but they're in pretty strong alignment, right? On the issues like immigration, on the issues like trade. Actually, I'll say this, Vance might be a little tougher than on immigration than Vivek is, because Vivek is more pro like legal immigration and leaving that more on the unrestricted side than Vance, okay? I mean, they can have the sit down talk if you want, but you'll see like this is where they stand on the issues. Both are protectionists in terms of trade. You know, both are, you know, protecting the working class, manufacturing, all that stuff. And both are more isolationist in their foreign policy than Mike Pence is, obviously, right? So, hopefully, if people who are unfamiliar with Vance, and I'm struggling to explain this, is that a good enough explanation then? Like, yes, Vance used to be an anti-Trumper, but it wasn't because he was an establishment guy. It was because he was like a populist, but he didn't like Trump as a populist, but now he's come around to Trump as a populist. So this is all to say, again, think what you will of him. Think what you will of his past brand of populism. But the idea that this guy is some type of establishment pick like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Ron Klain and all of the permanent class in Washington want to see him take power one day, it's just not true, folks. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. It's just not true, okay? You know, and again, that's not to say that, like, Vance is right on every issue. It's just to say that he's not some type of establishment, like, again, George Bush neocon. Like, that's just not... On the issues, he could not be more opposite than that, okay? If anything, his turn as a Republican was like born out of the Trump revolution and defined by the issues that made Trump different, you know? And that's what people need to understand. And if you don't believe me, research him for yourself. Like, look into his story yourself, you know? He's not this, like... I don't know how many times I have to say this. He's not Mike Pence. He's the opposite type of pick that Mike Pence was, okay? You know? Do you think Brown will run for Vance's seat in 26 if he loses this year? Are you talking about Sherrod Brown, the Democrat? Thank you for the $5, Tristan. I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know. I would think so, right? He's going to run again. I know Nina Turner keeps trying to run every single time. My hope is at least that Ohio by now is a red enough state, and he's not going to win, right? He's not going to win. That is a downside, certainly, of Vance being the VP pick, is that, you know, he's sitting in there right now. He's one of the best senators we have. He's one of the most America First senators that we have. Even if you don't think he's perfect, okay, oh, but Vance, I don't like him because of this reason. On the issues, yes. On the voting record, he's one of the best Republican senators. So, you know, keeping that in mind, it is unfortunate because Mike DeWine, who, yes, is a total neocon, he's a total rhino, is going to get to appoint the temporary replacement. And I'm sure that he's going to be a neocon. So we lost the good guy in the Senate today. We actually did. But, you know, I'm sure that the VP position, if it all works out, will more than likely be worth the sacrifice. At least I would think. So, you know. Taylor says, nah, Rubio is weak. That's true. But keep in mind, when we talk about the VP and the people who don't like Vance, do you understand that was the alternative here? The alternative was Marco Rubio. The alternative was Doug Burgum or Tim Scott or Glenn Youngkin, who, by the way, I like. But, like, if we're going to purity spiral about who is adequately pro-Trump or who is adequately conservative, we could do that till the cows come home, right? And it's like, I don't think we would ever reach a resolution that, like, that Vance is uniquely has his unique set of baggage, at least to the conservative side, And I think that's my point here. That's my greater point. Is not that I'm not forcing you to trust Vance. I'm just saying if you're anti-Vance for these reasons, if you have this list of criticisms against Vance, at least hold them equally to the other VP contenders. And when you do that, you find, oh, they all said anti-Trump things at some point, but also Vance is like the least neocon, most America first guy when it comes to political issues and the issues that actually matter, not the superficial issues like, tax cuts and small government that all conservatives agree on, but on the issues that a lot of the George Bush wing was scared to touch. Again, immigration, war, trade, stuff like that. Oh, Vance has been like one of the bulldogs, one of the leading voices on that front. The very issues that got Trump elected in 2016. Okay, well, if someone needs to pick up and carry Donald Trump's torch, I much prefer that it is J.D. Vance than Glenn Youngkin or Marco Rubio, right? Now, if you want to say Vivek, yeah, I'm sure Vivek would do fine at that too. But, this is like he wanted to, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. It wasn't Vivek. I don't know what to tell you beyond that. Right. But of the short list, good option again, in my opinion. Okay. So, let's see. The alternative was Vivek, bro. I mean, okay, sure, fair enough, right? You can make an argument, oh, Vivek is better, but again, one thing to keep in mind, on the issues, Vance, on the things they say at least, right? Vance and Vivek are almost completely aligned. Okay, do people understand that? I don't know why people are getting this idea that, like, Vance is some type of neocon or something, okay? Vance and Vivek are very similar rhetorically in the issues they stand for, okay? Now, again, you could say, but you wanted the VP to be Vivek. I don't know. Like, Trump wanted to choose a sitting politician. It makes sense to me. It is what it is. It is what it is, okay? The reality is, of the realistic choices, it wasn't between Vance and Vivek, okay? Vivek's been out of the running basically the entire time, okay? He's going to get a cabinet position. Vivek is going to be in somewhere that he will influence policy. But I don't know what to tell people. It's just like he was not going to be the vice president. I've been saying this. He was not going to be the vice president, okay? So with that in mind, if it's between Vance and any of these other elected Republicans, Tim Scott, Rubio, Vance is clearly the best option there, Mike Gamer says JD Vance is a solid pick. Exactly, yeah, exactly. I mean, I 100% agree. If the left is hating Vance, it's a good pick. Yeah, Vox News ran the headline today. You know what they said? They said that Trump's VP pick, JD Vance, their words were, he is a naked authoritarian. That's what Vox News said, right? If that's what they're saying, then it's probably a solid choice, okay? And that's the reality is I think in many ways, the left can shoot their copium. They can say, oh, this helps us in the election because Vance is unelectable. Fine. But how many leftists are you going to go out there and say, if something happened to Trump, I would want JD Vance to take over the Republican Party. I guarantee you, folks, you're not going to find that many, okay? Because even if Vance might not have the best charisma, he's not the most electoral, choice to help Trump. I guarantee you this. The left does indeed fear JD Vance, taking power like that and running the country. Because they know, which a lot of conservatives seem to not know, they know that he is one of the more populist, anti-establishment, Trumpian in philosophy, right? Even if not even Trumpian, and I personally like Trump, or he's always had a good personal relationship, the most Trumpian in philosophy of most of the Republicans out there. And that is the thing. That's the thing I think people need to understand. Okay? It's Time says, if I'm wrong, I'll come back here and apologize. But trust me, I won't, because he's a bad choice. Okay. I'm fine doing that. I'm fine doing that. So, folks, we are, looks like we are about 8 minutes away from the speeches now at the RNC and the live coverage there. So, we will be tuning in very shortly and momentarily here. Let's see what is going on C-SPAN here. Let's take a listen.
Court case came up, all these things. And all of a sudden, I heard the Lord say to me so strongly, and I remember that.
I think someone's just calling into C-SPAN right now, so
But I heard the Lord say,
nothing super exciting on that front, but it looks like, I believe, okay, yes, this is live. So people are currently filing in, as you can see, at the RNC in Milwaukee, and the program is scheduled to begin, I believe, around 7 p.m. So it's just a couple minutes here from now. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Someone says to move on from the VP Vance thing. Look, okay? Let me just say, okay, for the one last thing, I guess, because I think people understand it. They understand where I stand. Again, not my first choice, but I think is a solid pick. But, okay, if you don't like Vance as the VP, then look at it this way. You don't have to, right? You don't have to. The VP, in many ways, historically, why did Trump choose Mike Pence to begin with, right? It wasn't because Mike Pence and Donald Trump are the bestest of friends. They never were, okay? He specifically knew that Mike Pence was a evangelical, old school sort of neocon guy that would help Donald Trump win the old evangelical traditional Republican electorate that Trump struggled in because of obviously the fact that he is Trump, right? And that is far from an exclusive decision, right? Ronald Reagan chose H.W. Bush specifically because they ran against each other and he thought it would unite the party. Same with Obama and Biden in 2008, right? They were former opponents. That's why they did it. So, you know, I think a lot of people misunderstand the role of the VP. They think that the VP is like literally the vice guy who is running the country with the president. That's not true. VP doesn't really do anything. That's why very often running mates are chosen for electoral purposes and not true political purposes. And so look, okay, again, personally, I kind of like Vance. I think I'm impressed in terms of actually choosing someone who aligns with you on the issues if you are Trump choosing JD Vance. But on that front, if you truly don't like JD Vance, you can take consolation in this is basically how VP picks usually go. VPs don't do anything. They don't run the country. They just kind of sit there and try to use the position to leverage themselves up politically, and that's about it. So this does not mean that we have to vote for JD Vance in the 2028 GOP primary. I am not telling you to do so. I personally am uncommitted. I'm uncommitted. I do not have a person I plan to vote for yet in the 2028 primary. I certainly got my eye on JD Vance. I have my eye on Vivek. I have my eye on maybe a couple other people who might throw their hat in the race, you know. But I don't know. I do not have a decision, and that's fine. And by the way, the VP, yes, is going to start with the lead. Don't get me wrong. JD Vance just became the betting odds favorite to win in the 2028 presidential primary. But that does not guarantee anything, okay? There's still got to be a democratic process and doesn't mean anything. And if you're anti-Vance, then least I can say is, okay, well, when that primary comes around, make sure you are campaigning hard for the guy you want, you know? That's about it. But it's like, you know, really ultimately at the end of the day, the Trump is not choosing the VP because of you, okay? The job of his VP pick is not to make you personally happy because you want to see the best name on the bumper sticker possible. Oh, I wanted to see Trump Ramaswamy on the bumper sticker, and I'm mad I can't get the bumper sticker or whatever. It's like, you're already voting for Trump anyway. You know, he is not voting. He's not, the job of the VP is not to make you happy. It's not to appease you. It is to A, open the electorate to maybe new people he struggles with, and B, maybe consider other factors in politics and stuff like that. But it's like, you know, I don't know. That should be enough, honestly. That should be enough to explain it more or less, okay? And that's just for people who don't like Vance. If you're someone who does like Vance, then perfect, you know? But if you don't, then that's what I would say to you, you know, is like, I'm not trying to be condescending, but, you know, and it's not my intention. But in many ways, it's like, you just have to live with it. Like you just have to deal with it, right? Like I don't know, get over it, right? And again, I don't say that to be condescending, because if he chose someone that I really didn't like, you know, because I was like, Doug Burgum personally, I was like, whatever, you know, not my favorite pick. That's what I would have done. I would have just gotten over it, right? Ben Carson. I like Ben Carson a lot, but I always thought he's not vice presidential material. Like, that's not really a good pick strategically. But if he chose Ben Carson, what would I have done? I would have gotten over it, right? So, like, I support Trump at the end of the day, right? The VP doesn't do anything. I don't care. I think it is exponentially more important who is staffing the Trump White House and the cabinet and advising him and chief of staff. That is actually way more important in terms of policy than whoever the VP is. So again, that's to reiterate. If you don't like Vance as the VP, it is what it is. Like, all right, you voice your concerns. We'll see if you are right. If you are right, then you'll get a moment of vindication. But if not, get over it, right? That's about all I have to say, truthfully. I mean, that's just really how it goes. For the people in the chat, Trump didn't pick Vivek because 2 alpha wolves wouldn't work well on the ticket. That, and I also think Trump wanted someone who's actually a sitting politician, or at least a former politician, right? I think that had a lot to do with it, I really thought Vivek had too much liability that would have hurt Trump on the ticket. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean that I disagree with Vivek on the issues. I mean more so that because he's such a firebrand, he might be someone who kind of gets in the way of Trump in his campaign, right? Because I think if you're Donald Trump, you don't want to have to defend your VP pick from the media, right? Because Vivek is so right-wing that, like, oh, Vivek said to raise the voting age. Donald Trump's VP is anti-democracy. It's like, you don't really want someone like that, in my opinion, as the VP. Cabinet position, yes. Front of the ticket, right? Vivek, would he be a good candidate to run for president? Absolutely. But that's not really the type of person you want to be filling VP material, in my opinion. But at the same time, maybe that's a bit contradictory, because I do think Vance, in my opinion, has some of those same concerns. Like, Vance has been kind of radical on some things in the past. So maybe that's contradictory. I'm just explaining to some degree why I never thought Vivek would end up being the VP pick, right? So, that's how it is. Anthony says, I've never actually heard of Vance before now. Well, truthfully, I think a lot of the people who are calling Vance some type of anti-Trump neocon, I don't think they're really familiar with Vance either, right? I think maybe they saw a couple tweets from random people about how Vance said this about Trump back in the day, and they don't really know that much about him, and that is arguably why they are saying the things they are saying, and I think that really does have a lot to do with it, honestly. So, Tulsi over Vivek for president, in my opinion. Yeah, honestly, I'll be honest. All right. Tulsi Gabbard, to me, might have actually been my number 1 VP choice, number 1 or 2, because in my opinion, she fulfilled both criteria perfectly, right? She has the electability thing. I thought the former Democrat story would have really resounded with independents who were on the fence. But then on top of that, she is actually liked at this point and trusted by a lot of the base, right? Which is interesting because for some reason, no one holds Tulsi Gabbard accountable for being a Democrat. I know people might say that, she's proven herself. I believe her conversion was sincere, right? She actually changed. But for some reason, people don't hold Vance to the same grace, and so whatever that is was whatever it is. But, Tulsi Gabbard, not only is she helpful with independent voters, not only does she have that appeal as a former Democrat, but also she's anti-establishment. She's a populist. She's all about drain the swamp, all that stuff. She's solid on the issues and liked by the base. I really would have thought it would be a wild card pick for sure. But yeah, I always liked the idea of choosing Tulsi Gabbard. And now that she is not the VP, I still really do think the Trump campaign needs to get her more involved, right? Put her more in front of the camera, because I'm just telling you right now, I think she has a lot of widespread appeal. She's articulate. Her story is perfect for the independent voter who may be on the fence. I really think that's powerful. It's a powerful leveraging tool, and I definitely think Tulsi Gabbard needs to be put in front of the camera more. But yeah, folks, if you got thoughts on all of this, we are here awaiting for the start of the nighttime RNC session. So feel free to send in any super chats if you have thoughts. Your super chats help to support the stream, obviously. And it's a great way to share your thoughts if you have them. But let's also get the stream to 200 likes, and let's take a look here. Let's take a look here. Tulsi Gabbard probably going to the cabinet. You know, funny story on Tulsi Gabbard is there was a little bit of talk, not a lot, but I do remember this because back when I was in middle school and, you know, I was not the biggest pro-Trump guy. And like, give me some grace, guys. I was in middle school. Actually, maybe I was kind of a similar populist, I guess you could say, to Vance back then, But anyways, I do distinctly remember there was a lot of talk over Tulsi Gabbard being maybe picked for Trump's Secretary of State if you wanted to have a unity pick, right? Because that's the thing is, and by the way, back in 2016, I was a fan of Tulsi Gabbard because she was anti-establishment. She was anti-war. That my entire life, even though I've evolved ideologically, my entire life, that has always been an issue for me, is America first foreign policy, right? And that's why I resounded with people like Tulsi Gabbard back in the day, because they were very outspoken about ending the wars and all that stuff. And there was, and by the way, that's something I always liked about Trump, right? Was he was also a guy who said end the wars, even when I had a mixed opinion on him. I like that part about him, right? And so I do remember back in 2017 and 2016, there was a lot of talk about him potentially being, potentially being the Secretary of State. I think now, ironically, 8 years later, as someone who has known Tulsi Gabbard long before most of you, I really do think that that could be a good position. I would love to see Tulsi Gabbard as Secretary of State or somewhere that is really controlling foreign policy. I really think that, you know, she would be good for the role. She is America first. She is aligned. She understands the importance of pulling America out of these wars. And with that said, we are live countdown from the start of the RNC. So I will read this last super chat. A glitched Evie for $2 says Tulsi for Secretary of State. 100% agree. I supported that back in 2017. But all right, RNC is live. Let's take a listen here, folks.
America has reached the highest inflation in 40 years.
The Wall Street Journal has reported today that Americans' incomes have gone down 3 straight years. A new report says 1 in 5 seniors are skipping their prescription medicine due to costs.
Gas prices today reached the highest in history, over $5 a gallon.
Interest rates have socketed on everything from car loans to housing.
Credit debt has reached a new record, and the majority
Vince,
of
watch on
Americans say
RSBN.
they are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, we could switch to that if you want. I'm just doing C-SPAN because it's the most copyright friendly, but let's see if the stream's any different.
According to the LA Daily News,
so there's a lot of people. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Americans.
Yeah, they have it on the screen. We might as well play this. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Watley of North Carolina.
Big fan. He's very good, by the way.
This convention will come to order. Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention.
So true. So true.
To give the invocation, please welcome Most Reverend Jerome Listecki, Catholic Archbishop of Milwaukee.
And let us pray. Lord, we thank you for our nation. Our founding fathers held these truths self-evident, that all are created equal endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For 248 years, we have sustained this vision to guard the dignity of every life from conception to natural death, to protect their liberty, especially to speak freely and to worship you, and to support their pursuit of happiness through this life to the next. We pray that you assist our elected officials and candidates always to protect our freedoms, to preserve our democracy, and to govern fairly. Grant them the wisdom every day to place the good of our nation above personal interests and to cherish our union. Teach us all to respect justice and our equality before the law. Lord, protect our military. Teach us gratitude, that we may never forget their selfless sacrifice, and protect also our first responders, police, firefighters, and EMTs, for their bravery too gives us peace. There is a sacrifice that all Americans make to participate in the political process. We ask you to receive his servant, Corey Compantadere, and we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our democratic process. Let us offer a moment of silence. In the words of George Washington, Almighty God, keep the United States of America in thy holy protection and incline the hearts of the citizens to a brotherly affection and love for one another. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. So true.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the Hartford Police Department Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left, 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 left. Detail, halt. Order, arms. Ready, cut.
Okay, Clone Wars, in fairness, this is not even a formal speech. This is like the opening ceremony.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem.
Right shoulder, arms. Present, arms.
Yeah, this guy's like, why haven't they talked about the assassination yet? Like, give it a chance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome the Great Lakes Adult and Teen Challenge Choir.
Dollar for dollar, that's a Fed post. I'm not reading that, but thank you for the $2. But I'm not reading that. Because if I read that, some schizo's gonna like think
Please
it's real.
remain standing while the colors are retired.
Like
right face. Forward march. Left. 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 Left.
What is this, the new national anthem? Okay, what is going on right now? I'm so confused. This is the national anthem under Project 2025, where we're changing it.
If everyone learned to live together.
What is? I don't know. I don't know what this is either.
Such an easy thing it could be. Why can't you and me learn to love one another?
I don't get why you would open the ceremony with this. Like, the after party, fine. But what is going on right now? No, I'm not anti-rock and roll. I'm just saying, like, it was a very awkward transition, you know? We did the national anthem. I thought it was going to start, and then they're just on the side playing rock music. It's like who coordinated the order of this? They keep trying to sabotage Trump by the disloyal R's. Made the intro to his RNC awkward. How dare they? Yeah, so true. Look at those moms. At least they're grooving out. The other delegates are like, the heck is going on? But at least... No, but this is Project 2025, okay? Are you listening, liberals? Do you fear this? This is your life under Project 2025. So scary, right? So scary. Sorry, can't vote Republican after this terrible rocks. Look, I'm not against the performance, okay? I'm just saying the order was weird, because you would think when you do the national anthem, then you start the event, right? But this is still like a pre-show or a post-show. That's why I'm confused by it. You know? Many men. Yes, we need a many men performance, okay? He will win 1,000% of the Gen Z vote if he puts 50 Cent on stage. Like, he will. At least play the Macarena, like you see that video of the 96 DNC that always goes viral, where like all the Democrats are like, you know, obviously like screw Hillary, screw their party, but like that was cool, like that was groovy, you know. This is just like, what's going on right now? Even the delegates are like, are we gonna start now, or what's happening, you know? Who's the first speaker? I'm not sure. I saw the list earlier, but I forgot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Watley.
Okay, now we're starting, I guess. Now we're starting. This is the last straw moving to Canada.
Delegates, guests, elected officials, and Republicans across the country, welcome
I'm not
to
against the music. I'm just like, why play it then?
National
The music was okay.
We are honored to have you here in Milwaukee. Just days ago, we witnessed a horrifying assassination attempt against President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania. We are praying for President Trump. We are praying for the injured. We are praying for the family of Corey Compatore. We must unite as a party.
So true.
And we must unite as a nation. We must show the same strength and resilience as President Trump and lead this nation to a greater future. Four years ago, Europe and the Middle East were at peace. Our southern border was secure, and our military was stronger than ever. 4 years ago, America was respected abroad, and Americans could afford groceries at home. Tonight, everything is different. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Iran and its proxies have openly attacked Israel, and China is threatening Taiwan. More than 10 million illegal immigrants have flooded across our border, posing a direct threat to our communities, and inflation is crushing families from coast to coast. I am here tonight as the chair of your Republican Party to tell you it does not have to be this way.
So true, Patriots. So true.
And I am here tonight to tell you that we have a solution. Elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States.
So true. Fact checked by American patriots. True.
Only President Trump can unite us and restore our economy, rebuild our southern border, and regain our standing in the world. When I became chairman of the RNC, I pledged to do 3 things to make that happen. First, we are going to get out the vote. Second, we are going to protect the ballot. And third, we are going to hold a world-class convention. As long as I am your chairman, these will be the RNC's only priorities, because our #1 objective is to win this election. I am pleased to say that tonight we are kicking off the biggest and best convention in the history of the Republican Party, and we are united. This election is not just about the next 4 years. It's about future generations of Americans to come. I am so proud to serve as the chairman of your Republican National Committee and to open this convention. And I am so proud to work with all of you to elect Donald J. Trump as our president and J.D. Vance as our vice president. And to make America wealthy again, safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. Thank you.
All right, we got another promo video, chat. Disavow. Thanks for the super chat, but again, disavow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to Wisconsin. "170 years ago, the Republican Party was born here, founded on the principle of freedom and dedicated to the fight to end slavery. It is an honor and privilege to represent the good, decent, hardworking, and very nice people of Wisconsin in the U.S. Senate. Like most Americans, they believe the purpose of government is to help improve lives, not make them more difficult. Unfortunately, Vice President Harris and President Biden have made our lives less safe and far more expensive. In other words, a lot more difficult. Back in 2008, Joe Biden ran on a ticket promising to, quote, fundamentally transform America, unquote. They weren't joking. That was the Democrats' new radical far-left agenda. Today's Democrat Party is not the party of our parents and grandparents. That party cared about workers and people struggling to get by. Now they are the party of open borders, reckless spending, weaponized government, and weakness on the world stage. This fringe agenda includes biological males competing against girls, and the sexualization and indoctrination of our children. Today's Democrat agenda, their policies, are a clear and present danger to America, to our institutions, our values, and our people.
So true.
Democrats have forgotten American families. They have abandoned the hardworking middle class. But with President Trump and Republicans, those forgotten Americans are forgotten no more. Republicans are the party of opportunity, liberty, and prosperity for all. We proved we know how to make life better for all Americans, and we can do it again. With a secure border, smaller government, less regulation, and lower taxes. Republicans understand that Americans don't want welfare, they want work. They don't want woke equity, they want God-given equality. They want the promise of our founding documents, the right to pursue happiness. That's what Republicans will deliver. We've repaired the damage caused by Democrats before, and we will do it again. We will complete the mission President Trump first articulated in 2016 to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
So true. This song is copyrighted, unfortunately, but... Chat, who is making these promo videos? Okay? Alright, because I know some people are like, this sucks. Alright, I'm not going to say it sucks, but... Can the RNC hire better video editors? Okay? especially considering the moment. It's like, listen, everyone knows what happened on Saturday, okay? We need to make the promo videos dramatic, inspirational, you know? A better day as possible. Play off of it, you know? But they just keep putting like I could make this. I could make this in Adobe Premiere in like 2 seconds, you know? Can we get some like cool stuff, you know? I saw the other day was there was like a Rocky Balboa edit. You know that line in in the 6 Rocky movie about no one's gonna hit harder than life. And it was like a very like inspirational montage with Trump and, the attempted assassination and him standing up and all that. Like, in my opinion, I'm not trying to be overly critical here, but when you're making the video packages, that is the type of like edits we need, you know? Not this like YMCA like that. 2020, okay, it was fine. Yeah, we're happy, we're cheery, and they're performing again.
Everybody at the RNC,
okay.
Top to bottom, somebody put your hands in the air and scream, baby! I love number 3 winning and good bass fishing and bush hogging.
They need Zoomer editors? No, that's so true. That's so true.
In the stand with the gun in my hand, I'm an all-American guy. I like a bone on a steak and a Waffle House steak.
Wasn't that an ad from Trump's 2020 campaign? Which one are you talking about? I'm not sure. Hey, there's the Brick guy. Shout out Brick Suit.
Alan Jackson's little bitty and the beauty of a small town life. I like my chili in a bowl, Bob Seger, rock and roll, football on a Friday night. I love a cold beer can and the Leonard Skinner.
We need quadratic formula of the RNC. So true.
Yeah, I'm a pretty simple man, ain't too hard to understand. I'm an all-American guy. I like America's best and rowdy rednecks and blue silver suits and ties. I love Jesus and the hag and a girl who loves her dad. I'm an all-American guy. I love F-250s, Alan Jackson's little bitty and the beauty of a small town life. I like my chili in a bowl, Bob Seger, rock and roll, football on a Friday night. I love a cold beer can and the Charlie Daniels band and a woman that I hold all night. Yes, I'm a pretty simple man, ain't too hard to understand. I want to hear you scream one time. I can't hear you. They're listening around the world, RNC. I said, let me hear you scream, baby. I love my Bass Pro cap, love my country and my flag, and the ones who made the sacrifice. They're serving military time in the thin blue line. All-American guy. I love F-250s, Alan Jackson's little bitty, and the beauty of a small town life. I like my chili in a bowl, Bob Seger, rock and roll, football on a Friday night. I love a cold beer can and the Marshall Tucker band and a woman that I call my wife. Yeah, I'm a pretty simple man, ain't hard to understand. I'm an all-American guy. You know I'm a pretty simple man, I ain't too hard to understand. Just an all-American guy. That's right.
Oh, so true, so true.
I can't hear you, Milwaukee! Everybody stay on your feet. Let's get some fun action in here. It's RNC 2024, and we are here to party for America, baby. We're here to party for America, baby. With every hand in the air, all the way to the top, side to side. I got a question for you all the way back from 2016. Can somebody please buy me a boat? Now sing it loud and proud all the way up there. I can see you now. Well, I ain't rich.
The lips hate this stuff. I'm not opposed to country music. I'm just saying this should be like the after party for the attendees, you know? Let's get some speakers. Let's hear some stuff. You know what I mean? Like, okay, all right. Apologies to anyone who like is dying to hear the concert, but let me just give an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, because I don't want people to think I'm just like talking trash for no reason. My bigger point is this, is that when you consider what just happened, okay, I can tell clearly the point of the RNC, like they didn't change the schedule. I know Trump changed his speech, but they're just having it proceed as usual. And like the way they planned. Okay, and yes, before the assassination attempt, you could say, yeah, you know, it's cheerful, it's fun, you know, it's a big party, we're the side that is happy, whatever it is. But, like, in my opinion, okay, what is currently airing right now, like, misses the gravity of the moment. And I'll give you an example, right? Like, I was critical of the Trump, like, they're just playing the YMCA thing on the screen, and people are probably like, well, what would you play, Vince? Okay, something like this. This is what I'm saying. This should be the message of the RNC. More somber, a little more serious. But why? Because that's the moment. Like, you have to recognize the moment. Here's an example of what I mean.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
See what I mean, chat? Like, this is the point I'm making, is that, I'll keep this down in the background so you can hear. But this is the point I'm making, is given what just happened, okay, the RNC shouldn't just be like a big America fest, like, oh, party for, oh, look, we're so happy, yeah, Republican Party. Like, really, I would argue, like, the mood that the country's in right now, the RNC should be something that, you know, kind of like brings you to tears almost. Like, it should be, like, really, I'm being serious, like, it should play on people's emotions very heavily, right? Given, again, what has just happened. And I'm not saying it should be negative. There should be a light at the end of the tunnel, right? It needs to be an inspirational, like, message for America and, like, our fighting spirit as a country and how, you know, we're not going to back down in the face of the evil trying to, you know, sabotage the people trying to fix the country or do good for the country, do good for the world. But to me, like, that's the message I wanted to hear at the RNC, you know? You can't just have the first attempted assassination since the 1980s, and then the RNC continues like it was scheduled. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this concert, we're gonna have fun, yay, Republican Party. No, it's not yay, Republican Party. This is a very serious moment. You know what I mean? That's my point. It's not that I'm against the music, okay? Like, yeah, like, I like this music, whatever. But, like, that is just not the moment we are in right now, you know? And all these people are tuned, like, I don't care, I'm going to vote Trump anyway. But all these people are going to tune into TV, and this is what they're going to see, you know? They're going to see YMCA. Yeah, it was fun in 2020. It was fun back then. What just happened 2 days ago, right? What just happened 2 days ago? What are we about right now, you know? I don't know. To me, like, it's a very serious moment, right? The messaging needs to be 100% serious, right? You need to, in some ways, play off of what just happened, right? But it seems to me like what happened to the RNC is they're just doing what they were going to plan to do. And I don't know, me personally, I'm not a fan of that. Like, everything yesterday should have been restructured. Change everyone's speech. Why? Because, like, what just happened, right? What did we just see? It's not just business as normal right now, you know? So that's my issue. That's my issue. With the promo videos, with this right now, you know, if you want to do this for the people who are there, sure, but this is the televised part. That's the problem I have, all right? That's what I mean. It's because of the music. No, it's not just because of the music. I'm watching these promo videos, and I'm like, what is this? Like, YMCA, really? Like, maybe that would be good if they didn't just try to assassinate the president, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like the vibes are off. That's my take on it. That's my take on it, you know? It doesn't fit at all. Yeah, I agree with you, John A., you know? And I understand, it was 48 hours ago. You're going to change the whole convention, but I would do it. I would. I would be like, cut everything we had planned after that assassination attempt. We need to come to this convention with a totally different vibe, a totally different message. Like, we need people to, you know, understand, like, the gravity of this moment, you know? You know, we can sing about our boats and stuff when we win the election. How about that? You know, that's my attitude on it. And then people are gonna think, no, you're just hating on country music or rock music. I'm not. I'm saying that I don't find it to be like the appropriate thing for this moment. That's what I'm saying. You know, we need Vivek to rap 50 Cent. Yeah, no, we do. But exactly. Anna says, we are not in a party mood. We need strengthening, hopefulness, inspiration. The message is way off. Exactly what I am saying. Exactly what I am saying. You know? It ain't a party right now in America. That's not what the vibe is, you know? We need like the Pat Buchanan 1992 endorsement of HW right now. That is the speech we need.
Welcome, Congresswoman
all right.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
All right, we got Marjorie, so. It was already planned. No, I know. I'm saying the plan should have been changed. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump. Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump.
See, that's more like it. That's more like it, chat. We don't just pretend like it didn't happen.
And I pray for the family of Corey Comprator,
so true,
who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love. Thank you. I love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted, the country he wanted for his children, and a government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out. They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
See, this is a good speech. Whatever you think of her, this is a good speech.
And let me state this clearly. There are only two genders.
So true.
And we are made in God's image. Amen. And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and health care while slashing American wages and eliminating jobs. They claim that our economy is thriving, yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens. Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history. Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders. But they tell us the border wall is too expensive. But an American government that serves the interests not of the wealthy, the globalist, or the powerful few, but of all hardworking Americans is within our grasp. Donald Trump has, and he will, make America successful again. He will make us wealthy again. And as God as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve. Because Donald John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
The better speech, right? Okay, I love this song, but still. You know what? At least this song fits the vibe. It fits the vibe I'm talking about. I'll give it that, right? It's a little somber, but also wholesome. I'm fine with this concert, okay? No, this is a wholesome song. I vibe with this. This music is okay to me.
Beginning to feel that I'm wasting time. Don't understand all the things I do. The world outside is so unkind. I'm counting on you. Carry me through the joy that you're giving me. I want you to know that I believe in your song. Rhythm, rhyme, and harmony. I want you alone, making me strong. Oh, give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Yeah, yeah. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. Wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. I know we got some singers tonight here in the RNC. Let's hear you one time, everybody. Here we go. Sing it. Give me the beat. Sound good, y'all. Sound good tonight. Walking, y'all.
Sam Madsen for $5 says, Vince writes Biden's teleprompter in Vietnamese, and that's why Biden keeps messing his words up. It's true. Finally, Sam Madsen has a conspiracy theory about me that is good. Yes, this is true. I'm the one who writes Biden. Biden is actually mentally fine. I just write his teleprompter. This is so true. Patriots in control. Remember when they said Patriots in control? It's true. Patriots are in control. Okay? Patriots are in control. Yes, Trump is doing his main speech on Thursday. I hope that day they prepare the programming, okay? Because I get it, like you guys are saying, yes, only 48 hours.
For governor of North
But later
Carolina,
in the week, we need better than this. All right, but Mark Robinson is up. Okay, he's cool. We love Mark. We love Mark. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. First and foremost, I want to give thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving us my life and health and strength.
So true.
Allowing me to be here and allowing us to live in this blessed and prosperous land. I am Mark Robinson. I am the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina. And come November, I plan on being the first black governor of North Carolina. But I am not one of the political elite. I grew up poor as the ninth of 10 kids in Greensboro with an alcoholic father who beat my mother. I love to tell you that I graduated from high school, found success, never worried about money again, but I can't. I lost 2 jobs, 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which, by the way, Joe Biden voted for. Politicians in D.C. made bad decisions, and people like me suffered. I lost my car and my house. I was desperate. But you know, my story isn't unique. A couple of months ago in my travels, I stopped at a gas station. As I was leaving, a man walked out with a beer, and he looked very stressed. He got in his car, and I could see him holding an envelope. My heart dropped, because years ago, I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. And it took me back to lying awake at night with that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience. Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed, and gas has nearly doubled. In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But there is hope, and I'm proof. My wife and I never gave up. We kept our faith. We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first black governor of North Carolina. As governor, I will not forget where I came from or the struggles of the people I meet. And you know, there's someone else who will fight just as hard for you. President Donald J. Trump.
So true.
The brave heart of our time, President Trump, had our economy roaring. Gas was up below $2. Unemployment was at a historic low. People could afford homes, and we had a president who protected manufacturing jobs. Under President Trump, the American dream was alive and well. Under President Trump, there was hope, and we need that now more than ever. So this November, let's select the braveheart of our time, Donald J. Trump, to get our economy back on track, restore the American dream, and make America great again. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
So true. I love Mark Robinson. Now here comes another concert. I called it. Every time. Okay, here's the other problem. Why are you doing one in between every speech? Because first of all, the speeches are not that long. But then every time you hear a speech and then you're into it. Like, all right, we're rolling now. We're getting momentum. We're picking up steam. Give me the people as in free my soul. I want to get lost in Iraq. What? What now? What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? All right. Like, I'm not dooming about the election, but like, we can do a better job than this, okay? We don't have to. Like, do you think people's attention spans are that short? You know, every speech is like 5 minutes. You can do them consecutively. You can get this thing done in an hour. Boom, bum, boom, boom. Coherent, you know? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, as someone who's a content creator and I do media, obviously, I think the GOP needs to consult us more. You know what I mean? And that's been honestly my experience with a lot of the RNC and their characters and stuff is that. And by the way, I don't know. You know, this under new leadership, maybe this is changing. But historically, when Rana was in charge, they didn't really take us seriously. You know, they cared for the Fox News hits, but like the internet media people, they never really cared about, really, until the DNC succeeded a lot with Harry Sisson, and then all of a sudden the RNC was like, oh wait, we should get Gen Z involved. But it's not even that. It's not like, oh, I just wish the GOP gave me attention. It's more like stuff like this, you know, in the decision making and how this looks on the TV screen, you know? You need people who don't just work exclusively in politics to like consult, where you're like, hey, is this a good move? You know, would this look good on camera? Is this a good idea? Because I would have said no. I would say, you want these people to perform? Go ahead. But it should be for the after party or the pre-show. You know, you don't like break up every speech when you're starting to get into the vibes. Okay, political convention, re-elect Trump. Here we go. Make history, right? And then it's, I want to buy a boat. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? You know, like, I think the speeches should at least go back to back, right? It's like 5-minute speech, and then it feels like 20-minute concert, and then 5-minute speech, 20-minute concert. How does someone watching this on TV, how are you supposed to pull a message out of this? You know, honestly, it's very distracting, in my opinion. It's very distracting, right? The RNC, what political conventions are supposed to do is they tell a story, right? The Democrats do this. The Republicans try to do this. Like, the story of tonight, right, is make America wealthy again. That's why they're talking a lot about the economy and stuff. Okay, fine. Honestly, it probably should have been changed, but, like, okay, fair enough.
Welcome, Congressman All right. Wesley Hunt.
All right, fine. Speech. I'm done yapping. Okay. Oops. Hold on. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Texas. Love you. Love you, Texas. A president's greatest responsibility is to protect the American people. And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches in Iraq. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I understand that when you're given a mission, you show up, you identify the problem, and you execute. Biden and Harris haven't shown up. They don't seem to understand that they are the problem, and they've shown no empathy or remorse as the American people suffer from their failed leadership. They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor, inflation. Today, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because the dollar is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills.
Yeah, chat, this guy actually fought for Trump in the WWE, if you don't know the history.
Can fix this Democrat disaster. When,
Bobby Lashley's crazy.
well, we can fix this disaster when we re-elect Donald John Trump as president and send him right back to where he belongs, the White House. Under President Trump, American families had more money in their pockets and bank accounts. American families could invest, save, and buy a home. Under President Trump, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime, and in less than 4 years under Joe Biden, everything changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back.
Sarah, that's just a dollar bill. Thanks for the 2. That's just a dollar bill because the theme is inflation.
To embrace this pivotal moment, I owe it to my 2 daughters, Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children and their future. I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave. I'm the son of a retired lieutenant colonel. I'm the product of West Point along with my other 2 siblings. And I risked my life in combat to preserve our nation. Now, there's another man who is putting it all on the line to save our nation. His name is President Donald Trump. And with your help in November, and with his unbending resolve, together we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. May God continue to bless these United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome U.S. Army veteran, Representative John James from Michigan's 10th Congressional District.
That's Congressman Wesley Hunt and Donald Trump back in the day. All right.
Good evening, Wisconsin.
Finally, no concert. Here we go.
Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Well, in
yeah, there's no music, guys. No music.
Didn't Wesley do a great job? One of my West Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another Midwestern boy who did a great job. Our vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance.
So true.
Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are 2 great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family, but I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University, but he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never. Never.
See, this is a good speech.
Even
Hope,
though we
right?
have
Like-
market blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union. My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is, will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look, we don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black.
So true. So true.
But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America is the greatest idea that's ever been. America, I believe deeply in my heart, America is the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
No, that was... See, that was by far, I think, probably the best speech yet. You know, it was good.
We placed these signs at gas pumps. When President Trump left office, gas cost only $2.20. Under Biden and Harris, gas skyrocketed to the highest price in history, over $5 a gallon.
$5 a gallon is the highest historically it's ever been. It hurts my heart. It hurts my budget. It just
It's higher than that.
I've never seen it
in my
this high
hometown.
before.
It's
with
in
the
the
gas
sixes.
prices being the way that they are.
They're terrible. They're outrageous, overpriced.
Our paychecks are like a third of what they used to be just because of gas prices. We have to choose between, am I going to fill up my car all the way or am I going to buy a prescription?
Whenever Trump was in office, it took me about $45 to fill up, and now it's about $75 to $80. A lot of pain every time you go to the gas pump, and I know I'm not the only one that feels it.
Within my first year of driving, I'm having to deal with an average of 503 across the nation.
I feel it every time I fill up.
Well, it certainly affects my saving because it's hard to save when everything you're making is going out for groceries and gasoline.
With the gas costing more, of course, the food costs more and also cuts into doing charitable activities, like try to deliver food to needy children.
Families right now are living paycheck to paycheck, and it's going to get worse.
How people with families do it on a normal average income, I don't see how they can pay it and have any money left over even to pay for gas.
I don't think Bidenomics works for anybody. My family can't afford any more of him.
It's impossible to pay $5.03. We need to care about our people better than that.
Yeah, in LA it is $6. Last I was there.
Upcoming election, and when they go to cast their vote,
Which is where
that's
I
definitely
grew
going
up.
to take a toll on which way they lean.
I'm voting for Trump because me and my family want to pay this amount for gasoline.
We don't need any more of this. We need more of this.
To show families just how much more they're spending on groceries under Biden and Harris than they did under President Trump, we place these signs in grocery stores.
You got a 49% increase under Joe Biden.
I mean, a tremendous increase. It just goes on and on.
It's ridiculous.
I have definitely seen a price increase since Biden has been president.
The food prices are astronomical. They're unaffordable.
They're still going up. Every week you see something else that's gone up higher.
It's hurting everybody. From when we grocery shop, 5-6 years ago, this is not the same grocery store that I remember.
I do without a lot of things that I shouldn't because we can't afford it.
Everything in the store is double.
You know, I have a genuine question on this front. And I was thinking about this the other day. How many genuinely poor people do you know that support Biden? And I mean, or poor working class and not on welfare, obviously. Like, they work for a living, but they make under $50,000 to $60,000 a year, which is either working class, and some places in America is considered poor now, right? Do you know any? That, again, like, not in college, not on welfare, whatever. I don't know any. I don't know poor and working class, like, genuine working class people that support Biden. Any of them. I feel like in some ways, in this economy right here, obviously, supporting Biden is kind of a thing of privilege, because if you're someone who genuinely lives paycheck to paycheck, how do you live under Biden? You can't, and they feel that more than anyone. But the middle class and upper people who can deal with it, they're like, Donald Trump democracy. Like, people don't care about that. Okay, anyways, it's a point I wanted to make. Here is, who is this?
Good evening. I'm Sarah Workman from the great state of Arizona. I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans. I'm a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate when I say that every time I fill up my gas tank, go to the grocery store, and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days?
So true.
But it's not just the economic pain we're all feeling under Joe Biden. It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos, and crisis. Inflation,
But they genuinely live paycheck to paycheck, T. Porter. Like, I mean someone who's genuinely, like, struggling financially.
Violence in our cities, and unjust rulings in our courts. All of it is eroding one of America's greatest strengths, our optimism. While the left is trying to divide us with identity politics, we are here tonight because we believe that America is always, should be, one nation under God.
So true.
In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats' open border policies have shattered my family. With drugs so readily available, my husband fell victim to the drug epidemic. It tore our family apart, and now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope.
True.
That is what this election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God in our hearts and Donald Trump back in the White House. If you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are forgotten no more. I find peace in God's promise that says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation. Amen. With faith, hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
Please welcome
That was an amazing
United
speech.
States Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Frankly, maybe that should have been the last speech of the day. Close with that. I mean, that was good. That was good stuff. And it was
Good evening,
relatable,
Milwaukee.
you know?
I'm Katie Britt. We are all here tonight for one reason. We need to change the direction of our nation. And Donald Trump is the change we need. To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media, and we already had plenty to worry about. But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around.
I don't think
Now
Vivek is speaking
our
tonight.
lives
Let
are
me see.
that much more difficult and way more expensive. Under Biden-Harris, prices are high and expectations, well, they're low. Grocery prices are up more than 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled, and rent is skyrocketing. To me, these aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of Americans. It means that so many American families have to live with so much less. This is too high a price to pay for an administration that has brought us to such lows. The American people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. We see how Biden and Harris keep making things worse. And we know the current president is not capable of turning things around. His weakness is costing us our opportunity our prosperity, our security, our safety. Each diminished, all in decline, just like the man in the Oval Office. And it doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. That's right. You didn't need to go into debt just to make ends meet. Energy dominant, stable prices, secure borders, safe streets, strong families and communities. That's what Donald Trump will deliver. With President Trump, the tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bills. Your family can't afford this costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years. 4 more years of Biden-Harris will impose a lifetime of financial damage on our children and our nation. It is time to return President Trump to the White House. Yes. Republicans will put parents, families, and hard-working Americans first. With President Trump back in the White House, we will reawaken the exceptionalism of the greatest nation ever known. We will defeat decline, dust off our dreams, and forge our future. Because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Oh. There he is, chat.
Wow. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Milwaukee! Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, He still delivers, and He still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle. But an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. Yes, he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel, and we're headed over a cliff.
Thank you for the tune, Miku. I can't read
despair
that.
In the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents.
You know, if he brought this to the debate, he might have done better.
Their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country.
Oh, I thought he was done. I was like, that's the closing line.
But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting. Disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again.
So true.
Listen, this November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity
what about
party
the white guys?
of America's future.
What?
And
that's not very nice.
There's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality. Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Is there about to be another concert? We were doing so well. We had like 4 speeches. There was actually a flow. Now we're doing concerts again. Amiku Huntu for $2 says he just feels fake, like there's something beneath. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've never been the biggest Tim Scott fan. I mean, the guy really is just like his best friend, you know, Lindsey Graham, but people, oh, he's younger, he's a minority, oh, he's cool, you know, he helped Trump do the tax bill and the Criminal Justice Act. It's like, okay, but I mean, you even heard him in the GOP primary. He's talking about bombing Iran. You guys remember this? Am I the only one who talks about this? The guy literally said that we should go and directly bomb Iran on the debate stage. And so, yeah, the guy's a neocon. Like, you know, and I don't have a ton against him. I'm not constantly like, oh, Tim Scott this, Tim Scott that. But would I vote for him in a primary? No. If he were the nominee, I don't know. I would think about it, but not really my my pick. Not really my guy, I'd say for sure. You know. But yeah, thank you for the 2, Miku Huntu. Sarah for 2 earlier said, what's with the Freemason imagery on the stage? I brought that up, but it's literally, it's supposed to be the US dollar because the theme tonight is inflation, right? Make America wealthy again. So that's why it's there. Probably not a good look, but you know. Miku Huntu earlier said, looks like Bobby Lashley. No, that was an amazing comment. That's like one of the funniest things I've seen all day, you know. But let's see. Tim Scott, not the worst guy, but he is kind of goofy. Yeah, that's probably about the right take on it. And I will say, during his run as for president, I thought he repaired his image a little bit, because I remember he used to give this, like, when he was running, he gave this, like, sort of Ronald Reagan-esque speech about how, like, he's inspired by the hope of America and how good our people are, and, you know, he kind of put on this wholesome act that I thought was actually good. Like, it made me like him a little bit more. But then, ever since he started endorsing Trump, he's just doing this hype man act where he's like, Donald Trump! And it's like, honestly, you know, Tim Scott did do a good job. If you watch the speech where he dropped out for president, I actually thought it was a good speech. Like, that actually changed my perception of Scott a lot. I was like, you know what? That wasn't bad. And if he carried that honestly over to campaigning for Trump, that might be good. It was like inspirational, it was hopeful, it was optimistic. But for some reason, he's instead chosen to just become the hype man. And not just at this speech, but all the times where he's been endorsing Trump. He's like, who are we going to vote for? Donald Trump! So it is what it is. It is what it is. When will Trump speak? He's speaking on Thursday, okay? I don't even know the full lineup tonight. But he's speaking on Thursday. This convention's music is worse than a high school prom playlist. I don't know. That's a little debatable. Like, I mean, I like rock music. You know, I like it's classy. It's just like I wish they weren't doing this weird, awkward concert to begin with. But You know, what's the high school prom playlist like? Forget about your boyfriend and meet me at the... Is like that stuff? I mean, I don't know. I never had a high school prom. Okay, I never had one because of COVID. I didn't really care to go to mine anyway. But like... Someone wrote JD Vance on the sign. Look at this guy. Look at this kid. But let's see here. Did Vance already speak? I don't think formally he did, no. I don't think formally he did. He sounds like a wannabe WWE superstar. Yeah, no, true. And, you know, I thought John James's speech, John James does it very well. You know? Kind of embraces, like, the... I'm sorry, politically incorrect, but it's true. He kind of embraces, like, the black pastor thing well, you know? But Tim Scott just... I don't know why he keeps doing... Like, I'm being serious. I watched his concession speech in the presidential race, and I was really impressed. I was like, you know what? You know what? I'm not a big fan of Tim Scott, but that wasn't bad. That wasn't... I felt something. You know, it kind of tugged on my heartstrings. It was nice. But instead, he just goes out there screaming like a crazy person, you know? John James is the talented speaker. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. I think they need to put John James in front of the camera more. I honestly, I thought him and the single mom, those two were the best speeches, definitely, for sure so far. You know? For sure. All right, I'm gonna order food though because I'm freaking starving. So we're gonna have an awkward stream where
Biden's inflation tax costs American families $11,000.
Just preparing you guys, okay? Just preparing you guys.
Under Biden, the highest inflation in 40 years, sickening grocery prices, highest gas prices in history, while Americans' incomes have fallen 3 straight years. Now, Biden's proposing a new $4.9 trillion tax hike, the largest ever, $36,000 per American family, and an end to the Trump tax cuts. It's obvious Biden must be fired. President Trump didn't just give us the strongest economy in the world, he gave us the largest tax cuts in history. And he'll do it again, including bringing back the Trump tax cuts for your family. President Trump's also going to provide economic relief for millions of American service workers who have been ignored by Biden.
You're looking at America's service workers. And they're over 150 million strong.
Here you go. Good ad right here.
Waitresses and waiters.
Run this. Run this.
Drivers and doormen. Bartenders and baristas. And like so many others in Joe Biden's America, they're struggling economically.
True.
The majority now live paycheck to paycheck. Their credit card balances at record highs, at astronomical interest rates, and their incomes are down 3 straight years. The good news? Help is on the way. President Trump's economic plan to restart America includes no tax on tips earned by our service workers. A huge financial shot in the arm. You see, unlike Biden, President Trump doesn't want these Americans to just survive. He wants them to thrive. President Trump, he'll make America affordable again.
Please welcome the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin.
Oh, yo, let's go! Arguably, maybe he should have been the VP, but I'm not here to talk about that. But you know what? I want no tax on super chats, all right? As a YouTuber, I'm going to lobby. No tax on tips? How about no tax on super chats?
Yes, Joe must go. Good evening. I'm Glenn Youngkin, the governor the governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia.
So true, King. Mog them.
Tonight,
Mr.
we stop
7
for
feet.
a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask him to be with their families. We thank him for this moment of unity. And we thank him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump.
We chose the wrong VP, guys.
And
Put him
tonight,
in.
our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia till Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. The retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian, from a family like a lot of families, with ups and downs and highs and lows. My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together, and we asked God for guidance and wisdom. And we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor. And I believe this year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as President of the United States.
All right, he should have been VP. All right, I regret it.
President Trump proved that common sense conservative leadership works. It works for America. And we're proving it in Virginia, too. $5 billion of tax relief, backing the blue. Slashing red tape, declaring loudly that, yes, parents matter. And creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business. Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again. A nation built on a basic truth that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Please welcome the CEO
would have made us.
of Boya Foods,
Oh.
America First Policy Institute board member and chairman of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition, Mr. Bob.
Just really quickly, he definitely had a moment like Reagan in '76 where he's saying, would have made a strong VP, right? Obviously, it is what it is.
Buenas noches, familia. Good evening, family. Wow. Gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder. Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants, he sought nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States. Thank you.
Shout out my
Foods
Hispanics
grew
in chat.
as the Latino
Where are
community
the Hispanics
flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values, values that include an unwavering faith in God, and an abiding love of family, and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day. The Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. They put out the welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children. Last year, an HHS whistleblower testified that the United States was the middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums. Our border czar, Kamala Harris, that means so bad, and we have enough bad, we need some good, we need goodness, was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power. Instead of lifting people out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's deja vu, although even though that's French. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, I'm sorry. The Cuban philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy. Joe Biden and his allies show contempt for anyone who disagrees with them. Their hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. Their radical policies are wrecking our economy and destroying our lives. On the other hand, Donald Trump loves this country.
Many have said this. Many have said this, Chad.
He loves us.
Many are saying this.
And he knows how to build and create. He understands that lasting prosperity is built on a foundation of family, faith, work, and freedom. And not the quicksand of government handouts. He believes we are blessed by God, and with a firm belief that with God, all things are possible. He will make America great again. Love you guys. Love you guys. Thank you.
We're working for the weekend, chat. Welcome back to the RNC. This is the real RNC right here. Not the speeches. It's that. Everybody's working for the weekend. So true. This music is a bit better. I agree. At least it matches the theme of the inflation stuff, right? Concerts will continue until morale improves. You know what? I don't think it's corny. If you want a song, have Lee Greenwood perform, okay? Like, God, I know it's Trump's theme song, obviously, but I feel like God Bless the USA. It's like, it's the right amount of emotional for, like, also what just happened, you know, 2 days ago. So, a glitched Evie for $2 says, Vivek for Senate. Thank you for the 2, a glitched Evie. It's looking like that, you know. He did say, this is breaking news, I just saw this on Twitter, that he is completely open to replacing Vance in the Ohio Senate seat. So that's very interesting. You know, truthfully, I almost want him really to have a cabinet position. I still think that's the better role for him. But after all, he is from Ohio. You know, you replace Vance, you don't want to put some freaking neocon up there like the guy who owns the Cleveland Indians or whatever, who is, I think they're talking about. So, on that front, it'd be good. Like I said, I still think Vivek would be best in a cabinet position, you know? Somewhere where... Because what is he going to do? Be a party line vote for Trump? Like, I want him making the policy. So, you know, it's an option. I wouldn't be like, oh, no. But honestly, I still don't think it's the best use of the resources. Like, honestly, just put some random guy, random Republican up there and give Vivek, in my opinion, a spot in the White House. Because I think that's where he can do the best work, honestly. But that's my take on it. That's my take on it. DeWine is a rhino. He'll choose Dolan. Yeah, that's the other thing is if Mike DeWine is the sole guy who gets to make the choice, he's not putting Ramaswamy up there. But I don't know. I don't know what the process is actually going to be, right? So, you know. Trump walks up in Yeezys, lol. Well, part of me wanted to actually cut this stream so that way I can record, like, actual content on the news. But apparently, I just saw, apparently Trump is scheduled to speak tonight at the RNC. He's going to be saying something. It's obviously not his main RNC speech, but apparently he's going to be saying something. So that's that news. We also just got the news, folks, that Elon Musk, check this out, Elon Musk plans to support Donald Trump's campaign by giving $45 million a month to a new super chat. Super PAC, sorry, not super chat. Folks, that's wild, okay? The huge fundraising edge that Trump is already building. Not only is Elon Musk in the fight, Elon Musk is fully in the fight. Again, folks, $45 million a month. If that includes July, then that's 45, 90, 135. What is that? Like about 170, almost 200 million, depending on when he stops giving. Almost $200 million, folks, to Donald Trump in this election cycle. That's a big deal, okay? That almost matches the amount of money that the candidates in total have raised so far. So that is a lot of money, folks, and that's coming right from Elon Musk. So, you know, big deal in my opinion. And we're back to the concert. All right, folks. I would like to see an itinerary, you know? Like, when are we stuck at concerts? When are we actually doing speeches? Oh, this race is surely over. That's bigger than the whole RNC so far, okay? That's what they're dancing. See these boomers who are dancing? They're dancing because they just found the news that Elon Musk is giving us, like, $200 million, okay? That's what they're actually celebrating right now. Look at them. This reminds me, I went to like a bar in West Palm Beach once. This reminds me of that. This reminds me of that. Or the Villages. So true. Florida lore. The Floridians will understand, folks. The Floridians will understand. Anybody think there's a chance Trump will go on Joe Rogan? I don't know what the wait is, okay? I don't know why it hasn't been done yet, but yes, it needs to be done. It needs to be done. Just watch. On the last day of the convention, Trump announces he was capping about Vance and that his actual running mate is Gavin Newsom. I'm actually told his real running mate is going to be Harry Sisson, okay, according to the reports. Because Harry Sisson, obviously, people are saying Vance is not loyal, so he picked the greatest loyalist there is to Donald Trump. Harry Sisson, of course. Everyone knows that. It's like any beach bar in Florida. No, that's so true. That's so true. It's Daytona Bike Week. I don't know. You know, chat, someone was saying earlier, I guess the RNC gave a bunch of media passes to YouTubers. I should have gone then. What? All right, that was a huge... I should have tried. I don't know why. So, like, I didn't get any formal invite to the RNC, and I was like, you know, I'm not going to have my own media booth, so I might as well just stay home and stream it. Now I'm pissed. I should have gone. I should have gone with everyone else. I'm like the one fool who's not even here right now. Because I was like, oh, I'll stream it live so that way I can still do content. But apparently they were giving media passes to YouTubers. I didn't realize they cared so much about us. I should have gone, man. You know, for a while I was thinking about the RNC. I was like, whatever, just stream it. You know, I'm sure 4 years from now you will have a media booth. You know, things will be big enough by then. But then, you know, 2 weeks ago, I saw Trump speak. And I had an epiphany. I was like, wait a minute. Yes, you'll be at the future RNC, but it's not going to be for Trump, you know? It's not going to be for Trump. Like, everyone who's at the RNC right now, truly, like, they're standing in the middle of history, you know? And that's the thing I don't know if people grasp. Like, this is not any other election. So, this is going to be the last election that involves Donald Trump, obviously. So, take it all in, truly. You know, if you can go to a rally, go to a rally. If you can see him speak live, see him speak live. Because you're never going to see it again. I mean, you really think about it that way. You're never going to see it again. Yeah, he's going to do rallies and stuff when he's president. But, you know, take it all in, truly. Even these boomers dancing. Which, you know, credit to them, they have some moves. Okay? I'm not even hating. It's kind of funny, but I'm not hating. It is kind of groovy. Like, this part is groovier than whatever it was in the beginning. Okay? It's getting better. The concert is getting better. But take it all in, folks, because truly, all right, you are witnessing history at the moment, you know? You really are. I actually got to go into the 2012 RNC, and it was pretty cool to experience. Yeah, no. I mean, this stuff is like whatever, but I think the nomination process, when they call out the states and everyone, you know, I don't know. I don't know if it's just me. I've always thought that was just cool to watch. You know, especially if you like the candidate. If you don't like the candidate, it's annoying, right? Like, California casts our delegates for Hillary Clinton. No one wants to see that. But, no, it seems like a cool thing to witness. I've never been to an RNC. I wanted to go in 2020, but we obviously know what happened then. So, I don't know. 2028, hopefully we have a candidate we can be excited about, because I would like to see the balloons and confetti come down, you know?
Please welcome Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota.
What? Boo! Why is she even speaking? Optics check, chat. Why is she even speaking? Are you serious? Hi. She gets a later slot than Glenn Youngkin? Give me a break. Give me a break.
You all look fantastic. I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota.
Chat,
Listen,
it's over.
I'm Governor Kristi Noem.
Why is she
from the
speaking?
great state of South Dakota. Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution.
So
he let me do my job. And
who green-lighted this? Are you
free.
serious?
Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America. Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business.
Chat. Why are they putting her up here?
We didn't mandate anything.
That's a terrible look.
We never
Okay, I'll be
ordered
right
a
back.
single
Hold on.
business or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year. And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%.
Yeah, I have no idea why they let her
Women-owned
speak.
businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy.
Well, that's good, but why are
And in
you
South
speaking?
Dakota, we love babies. Our mental health challenges
don't
have
love
gone down.
dogs, though.
Our suicide rates are declining, and we are the #1 state
Oh,
in the
brother.
country for a decline in
believe
overdoses
this.
because people have hope.
I can't believe this.
We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those? Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now,
No, okay. I see people in chat defending the dog story. I'm not like I actually understand what she was talking about. The thing is, she was being, picked to be VP. She was very close to it. And you publish a story like that, no political awareness. Okay, like she literally just ruined her career saying that. And now I'm like, why are they letting her speak? Like, she's known, whether you agree or not, she's known in the national consciousness as the dog killer. Okay? So that's what I'm saying is terrible, horrendous optics all around. Okay? You don't say that when you're in politics. You don't write a whole chapter about how you shot your dog to death, okay? I understand, yes, you put dogs down, whatever. Why do you write about it? And then she wrote it because I'm a good decision maker. I can make the tough decisions to kill my dog. No political awareness, no optics. Again, whether or not, whatever you think of it, I understand the argument, but you don't say these things when you're about to be picked as VP, okay? Which she was. So
South Dakota proved that freedom.
Yeah, and that too. She lied about meeting with Kim Jong-un. That whole book publishing was a disaster. It was a disaster.
Make America wealthy again.
What's up, Davis? Good to see you.
And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator J.D. Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the
Trump
very
speaking
worst
tonight?
way.
That's what I've
through
heard.
A cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight. Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history,
I just don't know why you publish
often
that
after
in
great
your book,
hardship
you know?
and tragedy.
That's my point.
When true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he
Exactly. She
united
went
our
on
country.
networks to talk about and promote it.
He
Exactly.
delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict.
Disavow, Aaron M.
That
Disavow.
speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America.
Hassan, yeah, I'm literally Hassan Piker right now. I'm literally Hassan Piker. I'm eating
Now,
on the stream like a
President
barbarian.
Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids? And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in this city with these people. and they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit.
Can you believe
for it.
she might have been the VP at a certain time?
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
See these people right here, though, chat? These people right here. This is part of the reason Vance was chosen, okay? Just so people understand that. Not even saying he has the best appeal, but to explain. Anyways, on the Kristi Noem front.
Bobby Bartels Jr., business manager of Steamfitters Local 638.
Again, I'm not saying like, oh, she killed her dog. It's more, why would you publish that when you're trying to be VP?
Good evening, everyone.
And celebrate it. Okay, anyways.
My name is Bobby Bartels.
Terrible look.
I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638. And like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Wollman ice rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink, and yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up. He wasn't mayor, he wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared about people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638. Together, we worked tirelessly on that project, completing it on time and ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden, that involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
So true. So true.
Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy us coffee?" President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone.
What a king. What a king.
Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages.
True.
Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along
real.
So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November. So that we can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years, God bless America. Thank you.
Please.
Good speech. Good speech.
Byron Donalds of Florida.
Up here's Byron
A
Donalds.
single mother in Brooklyn, New York.
Sorry, I'm going back live. Oops.
And we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice.
True.
But not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice, and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents.
So real.
The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change.
And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
I heard booming. I was scared for a second. I was like, uh-oh. What, bro? Not this story again. It looks like we're fine though. All right. It looks like we're back to the concert, so let me check our super chats here. I don't know if I read this one yet. Bailey Spangler donates $5. Thank you very much. Says, just as the optics were getting better, they bring out the dog killer. Who approved this? No, exactly. And again, that's my thing about Kristi Noem is like, okay, say what you will about the dog story. You know, like I am not super informed on it, but I'm not like, I understand why. I guess the story she was telling is like, yeah, they had this dog on the farm and it was biting people and it was biting the animals, and you know, the standard procedure, you know, especially you live in a rural area like that, is you just put down the dog. I understand that. My whole thing is, why would you publish that in the story? And then do you remember the way she wrote it? The way she wrote it was like a celebration. Oh, she murdered the dog because she's such a girl boss. That's what it was. It was like, I think she said, I am so good at making tough decisions, even when I had to kill my dog. And it's like, come on, man. Listen, maybe you publish that to the people in South Dakota. That's one thing. But this was at a time when she was one of the favorites to be the president. Shout out these boomers. They're dancing pretty well. That's probably like Gen X, isn't that? This is just a family. So true. Let's groove tonight. No, but yeah, you're about to try to run a national campaign. Kristi Noem clearly wanted the VP slot, and you publish that. And then she also said that she met with Kim Jong-un in North Korea when she never did. And then afterward, she claimed that she never read her book and that it was just a ghostwriter who wrote that. But she recorded an entire audiobook of her book. Right? So that doesn't even check out because she claimed, oh, the ghostwriter did that. No, sorry. Which really isn't an excuse, honestly. It's like, okay, great. Thank you for that. Oh, yeah, your ghostwriter's the one who sabotaged you. Still, no one stopped you from publishing it. But then on top of that, she published, again, folks, she recorded the audiobook of that book. So she read that out loud. She knew that was in the book. It was only when she got busted for lying and killing her dog that she suddenly said, no, my ghostwriter wrote that. None of that happened. You know? So, you know, it's just like, I think it's honestly, for me, it's bigger than killing the dog. It's just that not only did she do the thing killing the dog, but she got exposed as a liar and just a clown. And it was just a terrible situation. Like, I've never seen a political... Oh, look, hi, Cam Higby. You know what I mean? So it's big picture there for me. It's bigger than just the dog story. It's the fact that she just like did one of the dumbest things in the history of politics, publishing that. She then lied about it. Her lie was such nonsense that they busted her for it, and then she lied again. And it's just like, you know, I think you just see through the layers of just how like dishonest of a person she is, and just how weird of a person that she would publish that, you know? So that's the thing on the Kristi Noem front. It's not, you know, people are saying, oh, Vince, you just don't understand why she killed the dog. No, I actually kind of do understand that. It's more about, you don't publish that when you're in politics trying to run a national campaign. Maybe people in South Dakota will get it. people in, Detroit, Michigan are not going to understand that. They're going to be like, why the heck did you kill the dog? You kind of sick, It's just not something you talk about, right? But no, she talked about it, and she talked about it in, like, the worst way possible. And then again, folks, she lied about it. That's my thing with Kristi Noem, okay? That's why I looked at it. I'm like, why is she speaking at the RNC? She doesn't even... She's so disgraced as a politician. Like, she shouldn't even have the slot, frankly. But anyways, things are finally starting to get groovy at the RNC. So, you know what? Right? Maybe the concert isn't so bad. It started off terrible. But, at least right now it looks like fun. It looks like fun. Shout out to the MAGA moms, I guess. Don't trust Kristi. I mean, that's the other thing about Kristi Noem is even if you want to subtract the dog story, she objectively has not been that strong on the issues, right? You have the whole transgender sports thing. Remember she tried to veto that? South Dakota tried to pass a ban on, men and women's sports, and she vetoed it. Remember this, folks? And the real reason she vetoed it was because she was bought out by the Chamber of Commerce, And on top of that, people are talking about the abortion stuff. I'm not familiar with her politics on that issue, so I can't really comment on that. But, and I know people praise her record on COVID, which wasn't bad, but I think it's also important to point out, Kristi Noem is not the best governor when it comes to COVID. And I'll tell you why, is because this is groovy. I'm kind of enjoying this right now. While, yes, she never formally locked down, she also did not stop any of her counties or municipalities or anything from themselves locking down or instituting mass mandates. So,
business leader and host of the All In podcast, David Sachs.
Oh, shoot. What up, David Sachs?
Good evening, America. Good evening, America. I'm David Sachs, a legal immigrant who worked hard to achieve the American dream. Thank you. Now I'm concerned those same opportunities won't be there for future generations.
It's Joe Biden shuffle.
As I look out at this convention, I see a party that is strong and unified behind President Donald J. Trump and his pick for Vice President, Senator J.D. Vance. And what about the Democrats? They're in disarray after shielding President Biden from a vigorous primary and gaslighting the entire country about his fitness to serve. We still don't know which puppet Democrat Party bosses will install as their nominee, but we know what their agenda will be. 4 more years of chaos and failure, both at home and abroad. In my hometown of San Francisco, Democrat rule has turned the streets of our beautiful city into a cesspool of crime, homeless encampments, and open drug use. Democrats, led by border czar Kamala Harris, have allowed millions of illegal migrants to invade our country. They tasked Homeland Security not with stopping the illegal aliens, but with busing them all over our country. Democrats have recklessly spent trillions of dollars of wasteful and unnecessary government programs, setting off the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter. But worst of all, the Biden-Harris administration has taken a world that was at peace under President Trump, and they lit it on fire. First, President Biden botched the Afghanistan withdrawal, displaying incompetence and weakness for the whole world to see. Then, he provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine with talk of NATO expansion. Afterward, he rejected every opportunity for peace in Ukraine, including a deal to end the war just 2 months after it broke out. Now the war is deep into its 3rd year with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars have gone up in smoke. President Biden sold us this new forever war by promising it would weaken Russia and strengthen America. Well, how does that look today? Russia's military is bigger than before, while our own stockpiles are dangerously depleted. Every day, there are new calls for escalation, and the world looks on in horror as Joe Biden's demented policy takes us to the brink of World War III. In the Middle East, America is now losing a war with the Houthis. And the administration's policy towards Gaza has been so incoherent that the only thing that pro-Israel and pro-Palestine protesters agree on is the chant, F Joe Biden. Rather than bolstering confidence in American leadership, as he promised, President Biden has become the symbol of an America in decline. This may be our present, but it does not have to be our future. We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart, rather than sleepy and senile. Or, in her case, clueless and embarrassing. A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman. A president who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends, because that is the only way to make peace. A president who will stand up to the warmongers instead of empowering them. My fellow Americans, we need a leader who commands respect and demands reciprocity from other nations. We need strength and savviness in the White House Situation Room, even if the crisis hits after Biden's bedtime. We need a president who can be president and lead, not a puppet controlled by his or her staff. We need order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire. My friends, we need President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
Please welcome women's advocate Vanessa Fora.
Who is this? I don't know who this is.
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here. Look at that crowd.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone.
Vanessa.
Good evening, America.
Thank
you. My name is Vanessa Fora. I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old. Like millions of legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our pursuit of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America, and we wanted to earn our citizenship. When we arrived in the Bronx, we lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs. At 18, I achieved one of my greatest aspirations. I became a United States citizen.
It's funny how everyone in chat has a different
party I
opinion
should
right
join.
now.
He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did. I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image of God. Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting
Control
thousands
yourselves,
of moms.
chat. Control yourselves.
Since Biden took office, I've heard one message
Oh
from
my
mothers
gosh.
from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet. Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump, Hispanics' unemployment reached record lows, and our income reached a record high. To my fellow Hispanic Americans and to all Americans, if you believe in faith, family, freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yay.
Charlie Kirk.
Oh. Wow. I don't know why they have the politicians come and then... It's a weird speaking order.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, here's Charlie Kirk.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Together, the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. I hear a lot from young people about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, they've seen the vision of the Biden-Harris regime. That vision is, you'll own nothing and be happy. The Democrats say, instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400-square-foot studio apartment. Instead of owning a car, you'll rent a scooter using some app. Their vision is this.
Real.
Limit your dreams.
So true.
Give up. Aim lower. Be content with less. If you're a 20-something in America, life has been really tough. You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020. 47%. Home ownership is now out of reach unless you make over $106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away than ever under the Biden-Harris administration. According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having fewer children than ever before. Why? It's because for far too many, they simply can't afford them. The
This is a really
basic
good
things
speech.
our parents enjoyed are increasingly out of reach for Gen Z and millennials. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite. Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction, depression, and suffering. Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die, childless. Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again. Donald Trump is on a rescue mission to revive your birthright, one your grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully, everybody. This is why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years.
Let's go! So true. And they zoom to no young men. What is that camera
all
work?
The Gen Zers
but so
watching
true.
this convention on
so
TikTok
true.
right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy.
Real, because we're voting for Trump.
Leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote.
Patriots in
America's
control.
future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America. We are going to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters, and all of us together working harder than ever, we will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump back in the White House where he belongs. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
No, that was a really good speech, and it's probably the first one that actually mentions like my generation and
the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. I'm going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
All right, another
Ladies
concert.
and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the RNC Committee on the Platform, United States Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
Good evening, and what a great evening it is. I am Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee. And yes, last week I did have the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee. We produced a different kind of platform, one that is dedicated to the forgotten men and women of America. People like Brad Bordeaux, a small businessman from White Bluff, Tennessee. Brad leads Bordeaux Metals. By the end of the Obama-Biden administration, high taxes, massive government spending, and over-regulation almost put him out of business. But things changed when we elected Donald Trump. Thanks to President Trump's tax and regulation cuts,
she needs
Brad
to fire
and those
her
that
hair.
worked for him prospered. He hired new workers,
Hey, be nice.
expanded the business. Life was good and getting better. But Bidenomics was a four-letter word for Bordeaux Metals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply, driving electricity prices up over 29%. The day Joe and Kamala walked into office, gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America energy dominant. You know? And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's left-wing code for you gotta pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So
That's
when
base.
Donald Trump
That's
was
freaking base.
president,
Same
I
here.
helped him spread economic prosperity with
Imagine
the largest
paying
tax
state
cut
income
in
tax.
American
Couldn't
history.
be us.
Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if Joe and Kamala are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our
It's
party's
over.
platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know who will return us to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump. Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts, they couldn't help themselves. They hired 85,000 new IRS agents to harass hard-working Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald Trump.
So true. So true.
Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations that are killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now, you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump. The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shayna Gray, she is a black female owner of Gray Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump. Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next president of the United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you,
true.
and God bless and protect
When is Trump
the
going on?
United States.
I don't know. I heard he's going to be speaking tonight, like an impromptu speech, but I have no idea. And we have more music from this is the Geo Beatles, the GOP Beatles, the Geo Beatles. This is so true. But okay, all right. Let's take a look at what else is going on here in the chat. Blackburn is the girl boss speaker. It wasn't that bad, dude. To be honest, oh wow, look at this family. They're like at the sports game. They just made it on the Jumbotron, the Jumbotron. Look at them. Hold on. We need an instant replay of that. That was impressive. All right, the enthusiasm there was off the charts. Wow. Hold on. I'm gonna see instant replay of that. They made it on the dance cam. Look at this family. At least they're into the concert. Look at it. Look at them. Well, I'm glad they're enjoying themselves. But let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, everyone is gonna have a problem with one of the speakers. That's really just the way it is. Like, yeah, her speech was kind of boring. I thought, Blackburn's, but I think, I'm technically a small business owner myself. Like, I think to a certain demographic of the Republican electorate, they like it. Like, she talks about no state income tax. I was like, yeah, that's nice. Keeping the Trump. Oh, there's JD Vance. Oh, and JD Vance is gone. But okay, let's see what else is going on here. This is Boomer AF. Buddy, I agree, but at the same time, have you seen I don't know, maybe you haven't, right? Because 2020, most of you were probably like still young and stuff. I know when I was older, I went back and watched some. That's all the political conventions. That's the truth. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This concert thing has grown on me a bit, but in the beginning, it was, oh, there's Trump with his ear. Yo! Many men wish death upon me. Let's go full screen here. Hold on, I need to post that on Twitter. You can see this. So you see Donald Trump, our president. I think he should take the bandage off. Show us the scar, okay? I want to see his, like, mutilated ear. You know why? It's battle scar. Like, I don't know. Oh, it's graphic. No. That's awesome. Like, people, you don't get it. That is awesome, okay? Every man in this country will see that cut ear and be like, this is true. But yes, folks, breaking news. We're alive now. Trump on screen, pictured with the bandage on his ear, as you can see. And that is big. Reportedly, he is actually speaking tonight. So we will see. I guess he's giving 2 speeches. I don't know. The guy is just a tank. What can we say? So I don't know why they're showing him on camera. I'd have to assume it's because he's going to come and speak out soon. But yeah, folks. There you have it. Donald Trump on the screen. Not sure what's happening besides that, but... I'm telling you, though, okay? You know what he should do? Just go like full Ozzy Osbourne or something on stage. Rip off the bandage. Show it to the people. Everyone will be like, USA. That would be sick, all right? Battle scars. Battle scars, Mr. President. All right, let's see what's about to happen here, chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Greenwood.
Oh, I think Trump is coming out. Trump's definitely coming out, folks.
RNC. Is there any doubt who's going to be the next president of the United States? Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works.
So true.
Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country, and he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Tonight, we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in these United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
All right, folks, here he is. Breaking news, Donald Trump arrives for a speech at the RNC. This is night 1. I don't believe this is the main speech, but here you see him out. He's walking out like Goldberg, okay, in the WWE. I literally tweeted this. I said they need to do a WWE entrance, and look at it. He's walking through the crowd. I'm not sure why Secret Service is allowing that, to be honest, but wow. The optics of this are just amazing. So true. Amazing optics. No, I'm being so for real. This might be the coolest Trump entrance to anything, including the 2016 RNC. This is cooler. Tucker! Tucker spotted. Let's go.
We are here tonight with one purpose, and that is to elect Donald J.
Oh, I
Trump
wish
as
I
the
was
next
there,
president
chat.
of the United States.
I wish I was there. This is awesome.
He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States and soon to be the 47th President of the United States, please welcome Donald J. Trump.
This is like the coolest thing I've ever seen in politics, unironically. No, it is cinema. That's so true.
Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Oh, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps, chat.
Mr. President.
Just take it all in, folks. Yeah, no, you can
Please
see the look
welcome
in his
Mark
face.
Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
Wow. I think, folks, is this one of the people who was injured? I believe so. I think so. That's why he's limping, right? Wow.
Good evening, I'm Mark Laws and I live in Western Michigan. I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician, but I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepaw, I'm the guy. I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the big boy Joe economy, I just worry about getting through the day. But I'm fortunate because I don't have a mortgage. If I did, I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The big boy Joe inflation has turned our dollars into nickels. And in Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have a mortgage, I still got to pay the government to rent my house. And if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing, I answer honestly, I say, I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great.
So true. So true.
I wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't do that. I settle for a cake and ice cream. Prices keep going up, but my income stays the same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again someday. It's got me thinking. I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now, and we can't waste any more time on the big boy Joe terrible economic policies. We need to bring Donald Trump back right now.
She's like, that's right.
We need to know and share the 20 promises that Donald Trump has made. We need to get involved with the Trump 47. And you remember, ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it. I know a lot of folks just kind of tune the politics out, but we really can't afford to anymore, because we're not living in the same country that we grew up in. Cutesy time is over.
Yeah, was he one of the victims?
We need to all of us put our shoulder to the wheel and push along and get Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, to be number 47 again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Bidenomics doesn't just have seniors worried. It has them scared to death.
There you have that, folks. Trump comes out making, honestly, well, we'll talk while they play this ad, the coolest thing I think I've ever seen, honestly, in politics, right? Donald Trump's 2016 RNC entrance where he came out to We Are the Champions, that was pretty cool. Like, that's one of the greatest entrances in political history. But there's something about him walking out to that reception when, you know, his ear is bandaged up, he's wounded, he's got battle scars. Yeah, that was awesome. And you heard the reception there. So I don't know about you guys, just watching that whole thing play out, chills down my spine. I mean, truly. And by the way, this is the Monday night entrance. I think he's just going to sit in the crowd and watch the convention. Just going to say this right now. The moment he comes out for his speech on Thursday, you have to imagine it's going to be even more grand and historic and just powerful than that, truly. So, yeah, folks, there you have it. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat, but let's see what's going on now.
Please welcome Benjamin Joseph.
I swear I've seen this guy before.
Hello, Michigan. Hello, my fellow patriots. I'm the owner of a home remodeling business that my father Steve started in 1972. During the Trump, we were thriving. Under Biden, we are surviving. I know other business owners, like many of you in this room,
unlimited
can
aura,
relate.
so true.
With the financial strain caused by the Biden-Harris economy, many clients are tightening their belts, closing their wallets, and cutting back on their home remodeling projects. To keep work coming in, I've had to lower my margins, and I mean lower them. I'm now barely making payroll, and our families just have enough to live on. But we can't build up any savings, and we can't move forward. As parents, we want to provide for our children. But more and more parents like myself have to look their little girl or their little boy in the eye when they're asked for something and say, we can't afford it. Those 4 words are heartbreaking. We didn't have to say those words under Donald Trump when he was president. That's because Donald Trump is a businessman, not a crooked career politician.
So true. So true.
President Trump understands what business owners need to succeed because he is a business owner himself and has succeeded. He knew we could create millions of great jobs if given the chance, and we did. The Trump's tax cuts and regulation cuts empowered entrepreneurs like you and me and enabled us to expand our businesses. We need him back in the White House. As a representative of Michigan at this convention, I want to give a special Michigander thank you to President Trump for being our champion. He has inspired so many of us, even in this room, to step up and get involved in the fight to save America. With his leadership and our help, we will make America affordable again, wealthy again, and great again. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless and continue to protect President Trump and his family.
This is the RNC right here.
The United States of America. Thank you.
Forget all the dumb concerts and the speeches by politicians. This is what the RNC is about. This is the story.
Please welcome Amber Rose from South Philadelphia.
Never mind. Why is she speaking? I still don't understand why she's speaking.
Hello. My name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician, and I don't want to be. But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump.
So true.
I know this because for a long time I believed those lies. So I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse. And I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong.
Where's 50? It's true. We need 50. We need 50.
So I let go of my fear of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the President and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room.
So true.
If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control, and you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes.
You know, jokes aside, her speech is not that bad.
As Trump would say,
like,
it's
I'll
a vote
give her
to
credit.
make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Like, I still don't know why she spoke, but
please welcome Latino American.
It wasn't that bad,
Fondos.
honestly.
Ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo! America welcomed me, and I embraced the values of hard work, learning the language, and respecting the laws. It's the American thing to do. In 2022, my 3 boys and I faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over in Joe Biden's economy was almost impossible. The Biden economy is driving prices through the roof. Rent, gas, groceries, everything. As a life insurance worker, I see the struggle of people trying to save for their future while barely managing their basic needs. I'm living that same struggle every day. Life is too hard right now. One of my sons works 3 jobs, and the other holds down 2. That makes 6 jobs for 3 people just to survive in Biden's economy. Our open borders are making this problem worse. It's upsetting to see millions of dollars being sent to help immigrants who came here illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling. The fact is that illegal immigration hurts legal immigrants the most. The Biden system is backwards and broken. In Biden's America, opportunities to get ahead are dwindling, and our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math? Now, it's like our kids are getting a degree in pronoun studies. He, she, they, them. I have expected my son to come home with a diploma in advanced day theme theory.
All right, I was editing something. What's going on?
Life was completely different
Chat,
under President Trump. We prosper. To my beloved Latino community, it's time to wake up and smell the cafecito. In 2020, I made a mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room. In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden. I'm sorry.
You suck.
I'm sorry. He has made me regret it. This November, my vote won't be taken for granted. And this time, I won't regret it. Please join me in voting for Donald J. Trump.
So true, I guess.
Please welcome the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Sean O'Brien.
Oh, here's the Teamsters guy.
Greetings, delegates and guests. I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up? First, I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight. I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today, because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party.
Let's go!
We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention.
So true, so true.
months ago,
The shots of Trump are just so much aura.
I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena.
That's true.
Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices.
That's true.
And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB.
So true. So fact-checked by real American patriots. True. True.
The presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush.
Yo, Nixon?
But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This, too, must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them.
Good senator.
We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown
this is destroying the whole Scranton Joe facade. Like straight up,
pillaging of working
destroying
people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people
This is a huge speech,
on both
guys.
sides
I don't
of the
want to
aisle
underplay
still
this.
caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world.
That's true.
But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember,
that's true.
Elites have
I know
no
some
party,
people will get mad,
elites
but
have
that
no
is true.
nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser, corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential.
This guy's low-key going off. I'm not going to lie.
It took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first.
We just went up +1, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
It needs to be easier
all those
for
states,
companies
Wisconsin.
to remain in America.
So true.
We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. This is a great speech. Our 1.3 million members.
The Republican donors won't be happy, but there's a lot of valid points made in this.
In the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day,
and props to Trump for allowing this speech to happen.
Stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor-trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
And I know, like, you know, like I said, some of the GOP
Ladies and
donors are going to
gentlemen,
be like,
please welcome back
whoa,
RNC
unions,
Chairman
but that's
Michael
our
Watley.
coalition now, you know? That really is a huge part of our voter base now.
For a benediction, please welcome Pastor James Remke.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed. You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it. Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. So true.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace.
For a benediction, please welcome from California National Committee woman Harmeet Dillon.
Thank you, everyone. These last 48 hours have been some of the most intense, yet most prayerful of our lives. The heinous attack on President Trump and his supporters made all of us pause and seek answers and comfort. I come from a family of Sikh immigrants. I am honored to share with you, my fellow Republicans and guests tonight, a prayer from my faith tradition practiced by over 25 million worldwide. We recite the Ardas prayer before any new endeavor, giving thanks to God and asking for his protection and help to uphold the values of humility, truth, courage, service, and justice for all. To show respect, we cover our heads when we pray.
Isn't she like Hindu or something?
तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे तुमरी कृपा में सुख कनेरे कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत समत सगल समगरी तुमरे सूत्रधारी तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी तुम्हारी गत मित तुम ही जानी नानक दास sada kurbani. Dear Waheguru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the Chardi Kala spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God, for protecting his life. We thank you for his examples of nirbha, fearlessness, and nirvair, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bane Sarbata Pala. May your name forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace. Thank you.
Senator Vance, congratulations. President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
All right, folks. Well, there you have it. I will probably get going and do a recap video, but let me make sure we didn't get any other super chats because I don't want to miss any of those. Let's take a look here. Sorry, I was out here trying to upload the clip of the Trump entrance during the end part of that speech, and then it was like, okay, smacks lips. So you see. All right. It's just chill out, Michael Hunt. It's okay. All right. So it's okay. All right. Her speech wasn't a train wreck. All right. Like, can we give her a little bit of credit? No, but I'm just kidding. But anyway, Sheeny Beanie for $2 says, can we get some he built difference in chat? So true. Thank you for the 2, Sheeny Beanie. Dollar for $5 says, good thing Trump had his enchanted MAGA hat with projectile protection 5 on it. Thank you for the $5, dollar for dollar. That is so true. All right, appreciate the super chats, guys. Like I said, my upload there did not work, so I'm gonna get going here and I'll make a video about recapping the RNC. So you know what? I usually do it on both, but this time I'm gonna save my closing thoughts for the video. So stay tuned for our video on all of this in a little bit, probably about half an hour or so. It should be up. So with that said, folks, thank you to everyone who tuned in. We will not be live tomorrow for the RNC. We may be live Wednesday, but if not, we will definitely be live Thursday covering the Trump speech, obviously, because that, we can't miss that. I believe Vance is speaking on Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. We'll have video content up about that. But yeah, folks. All right. Thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. Sorry for the abrupt ending here, but I do have to get going so I can actually film the content about this. So, all right, folks. See y'all later. Be sure to hit that like button. Let's get the stream to 300 likes or so before we go. And yeah. All right. See you guys soon. Like I said, video should be out in a couple minutes here.